Welcome everyone to Skills Showcase. I'm Osman Amram with Simpson Thatcher. I want to thank our sponsors for today, Simpson Thatcher hosting, Thomson Reuters for sponsoring, Gathering Voices for helping us with the introductions of each other, and Shindig for the networking opportunity. We have a long agenda, a tight agenda. We're going to run on schedule according to what was published on skills.law. A little history of skills. It started a little over 20 years ago, short of 20 years ago, when a bunch of KM people, I don't know that we knew to call ourselves KM then, got together during legal tech. Legal tech is how we used to call Legal Week before. And for a while, it was just a small group of people getting together. And then it became an establishment, and we called it post-legal tech, KM, because it was the day after legal tech ended. And within time, people said, we don't want to wait until Friday evening to go home, so let's do it over legal tech. And it became the KM Summit. And then a few years ago, we decided, instead of just meeting morning to lunch, we also invited people from outside the group to participate and to showcase some of the successes, and that became Skills as we know it today. Skills still have two parts. Yesterday was the closed door session where we tried to limit to a very intimate group of people, which keeps on growing because the profession is growing, both on the knowledge and the innovation side of firms. And then the showcase, which used to be in the afternoon today, is more broadly attended by people. So this is our first experiment to go online. We also, the first time we're actually broadcasting it on skills.law, and we invited the ILTA community to attend as well. So it's all experimental. Part of the experiment, we did some shindig ahead of time to allow people to network, trying to mimic a live conference. And with that, I'm going to go to the agenda today. And for that to happen, yes, thank you. So earlier, if you want to know who is here, you could just go to skills.law showcase and you go to the Gather Voices sites to save us a couple of hours, right? We have now over 130 people attending. If each one were to speak a minute, it's already more than 2 hours of introductions that we saved ourselves. So thank you all for submitting your 1-minute videos ahead of time. At the after party today, the people from Gather Voices are going to give an award to the most engaging, entertaining video introduction that one of us have submitted. So that's who is here. Again, you could go, it's still going to be there today and after today to know who are the people around you. We are going to have Kevin Boland from a sister industry talk to us about innovation at his organization, which is a global professional service firm, KPMG. And then we're going to start with a bunch of Shark TED Talk tanks. So the idea here is people are going to present. It's going to be limited to 10 minutes, including question and answers for each one of those sessions. So it's very concise. We ask people to submit ahead of time the videos, and then we're going to break. So it's 10 minutes for the session and question and answers. 3 of those, then we're going to break for 10 minutes. People on the live stream, you're not going to see anything for 10 minutes. So that's your time to do your emails and whatever else you need to do. We're going to go to small groups. We're going to talk about the 3. We could exchange ideas. We could say, yeah, whatever we think. And then we're going to come back together to vote on each one of the 3 sessions we just saw. Is that something that you're going to implement in 2021 at your firm? Is this something you want to implement? We're also going to give an award for the idea that most people are excited about at the end of the day. That's something that the Thomson Reuters representatives are going to do. So after each 3 of those, we're going to have those 10-minute break. We're going to come back, we vote, and then we're going to go to the next content session. So after Kevin, the first speaker is going to be Floor, who's going to talk about her findings about innovation, how it's managed in law firms. And we're going to do the next 3 sessions. Then at the 12:10, we're going to actually take a longer break because we're also going to include lunch there. So feel free to have a quick chat and then either eat in front of other people or don't. We do encourage you to keep your video on. The reason we're trying to make it as much as an in-person interaction, people get to see you, they get to chat with you, not unlike Shindig, where you actually can talk to people, remember people. If you're not muted, we're going to hear what you say. So please stay muted until you actually present or talk or ask a question, and at the time, just use the chat to have a side conversation with people. After lunch, Caroline is going to walk us through the state of the legal tech industry from the way she sees it as an editor of a magazine who tracks our industry. And then we're going to have the next Shark Tank. And then Colleen is going to share with us the HBR 2020 Law Firm Library Survey findings. And after the next Shark Tank, Lucy is going to talk about the lawyer's knowledge gap. And after the last final Shark Tank session, we're just going to have a quick vote, closing remarks, and then at 3:30, we're going to switch back to Shindig to award ceremony and after party. That will be time for people to chat and also talk with each one of the presenters. Since we have very limited time for question and answers, I'm sure we're going to have many questions you would like answered after the fact. Your name, the way you call yourself. So you might have noticed we are still hiring here. So I put in front of my name hiring, and use this as an opportunity to let people know who you are. So your name, your organization, and if you are hiring, we're looking for practice innovation managers, an M&A knowledge lawyer, and a few other roles you could find on the site. But use your name as a way to introduce yourself in a more meaningful way than just Dave. A recommendation, you can ignore me. So next slide, I just want to talk about a little bit what happened yesterday to give you a sense. And you could find everything you want to see or talk online here, use the hashtag skills_law. So yesterday we had a less condensed agenda. We had a little more time for each one of the sessions. And we started with Greta, who's a friend of the industry for many years, who talked about the state of the legal industry during and after COVID. And I think it's fair to say that she was fairly optimistic, or at least we left the session fairly optimistic. And then there was a panel that Tanisha moderated about KM success in 2021 and beyond. Ron moderated a panel about data analytics. We had some breakout sessions during lunch, and people got together in Shindig to have conversations on various topics. And then the last panel was about the different levels of innovation. And we learned that we're all herding skunks. And then we had a little more time to spend together. I just want to give you a couple of, for those of you who didn't join us in the morning for Shindig, next slide will give you a couple of visuals of how it looks. So next slide will give you some visuals. This is when you just come in, you get to see people, you could click on them and have side conversation during the session. Next slide gives you the ability to chat with people while the session is going on, which is a possibility, but you could also, as the moderator, take the full screen and then people have to pay attention. So that's an enhancement compared to a live conference. And we thought it's a good idea to try new things. We are the knowledge and innovation people. If we don't try it, who will? We were a little nervous, but I think overall it worked really well. And the one thing that we learned on the next slide is that most important thing for you is to turn off your VPN. It will make your experience way better. It's true also with Zoom. If you use a VPN, you might have some issues and you won't get it as well. And also by turning off your VPN, you're actually attending the conference much more than if you were to check your email as they come in. Today, if you have any problems, please email legalknowledgeinnovation@gmail.com, so the team will be able to help you with whatever challenges you have. During the presentations, please mute yourself and use the chat to submit questions. So as you'll see, it's going to be a very fast pace. We want to cover a lot of ground. So please ask the questions as they come to mind, and then the moderators are going to track the chat and they're going to ask the questions on your behalf. We do it because of the broadcasting. The people on the broadcast can only see the main screen. They don't see the chat, so we will read those. And also that way the moderator will decide when to stop and to move on, because we have a short timeline. Breakout rooms. So after every 3 sessions, we're gonna go to a breakout room. Skip the introductions. Don't waste your time. People had a chance to see who you are before. That's why we shared the Gather Voices site ahead of time. You only have really about 7 minutes there to talk about the 3 sessions. So just jump straight to them and talk about the substance that you want to do. It's going to be small enough, intimate groups. And I believe it's going to be random every time you're going to meet new people, but I can't guarantee that because we haven't got to try that yet with a large crowd. And then just remember, today is being broadcasted online, so we have a few more people watching us. And if you do want to follow or join the conversation, use skill_law. We are not going to broadcast the breakout sessions. So whatever you say in the breakout sessions, please do not tweet or attribute to people. So those conversations can be honest, and you're going to be sharing your experience about what you just saw or your opinions and how viable is it to try to execute. And with that, I think that's all I had. We have a group of moderators, the volunteers. I just want to thank them again, the people who organized yesterday and today. It's Lucy, Dylan, and they're all gonna, on the next slide, I think, or not. No, so you can stay here on this slide. The organizer were Lucy, Dylan, Chris Boyd, Mary Abram, Ron Friedman, and Tanisha Little. Each one of them is going to moderate a session of 3 short chunks. So thank you. I think that's all I had to say. Let me just see if there is any comments from my co-organizers that I needed to pay attention to, and if not, and assuming not, unless they text me now, I'm happy to introduce Kevin Boland, Principal and Global Head of Market Intelligence and US Leader for Strategic Investment for KPMG, to deliver the keynote speech. Kevin has extensive experience and proven track record on spotting and capitalizing on innovation and innovative new growth opportunities and transforming disputed businesses models. Please join me in welcoming Kevin as he speaks to us about innovation in a legal professional service firm. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Great, thanks, Oz. I don't have any slides, so you can feel free to just show your screen with more people's faces on it or whatever as you go. But appreciate the time this morning. So I thought I'd just talk a little bit about innovation and how it manifests itself within a professional services environment. My own background, I've been doing this at KPMG for the last 7 years. KPMG is actually a client of mine, as I was at a boutique strategy firm for 7 years before that, as a partner helping clients, mainly in large enterprises, try and establish and formalize an innovation system that would generate the kind of repeatable results they were looking for from their business going forward. So it was an interesting transition to go from the consulting side of the table to the client side of the table, and then having to live out what I had designed on paper. So it's been an interesting transition. We have made it 7 years, which is longer than a lot of the innovation systems that you'll see out there. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the tips and tricks that we've learned along the way. The program looks radically different today than it did when we started with just 4 of us around a table. But it's been an exciting journey along the way, and hopefully there's some things that will translate well into the legal environment. I do want to try and keep it interactive, so if you have questions along the way, feel free to pop them into the chat. Lucy Dillon's agreed to help me kind of navigate through that and raise questions along, or we can save time at the end as well. So I do want to keep you all on schedule. And I deliberately didn't use slides because I figured it's early in the morning. Let's just have a conversation. So just in terms of innovation in professional services, I think it's important to note that as an industry, we're kind of late to the innovation game. And I don't mean that we weren't innovative beforehand. We just didn't necessarily have the same types of discipline and rigor around it that you might have seen in other industries. And that was mainly because innovation for us is actually a bit easier. It sounds strange to say that, but when you think about how innovation was traditionally done, a client would raise a new question or a problem they were having, a partner would pick up on it, they'd offer to see if they could look into it and maybe help them out a bit. You take a few smart people offline, they tinker around with a new answer for the client, comes back, the client likes it, great. Now we have a new offering. Now we'll train a few other people to do it. We'll hopefully scale it over time. So innovation was happening almost day to day inside professional services firms. It was a very grassroots type of exercise. The challenge with that model was not all of those opportunities ever scaled the way they might have had we had a better and more centralized way of distributing those ideas and those learnings across the organization. Knowledge management's played a role in some of that, but it really wasn't, it was more of an organic type of play. What's changed in the last, say, 5 to 10 years in that space is the advent of tech-enabled services. So when technology started to play a larger role in the expectations of our clients and how we're going to serve them going forward, that distributed kind of organic model isn't going to scale to the type of technology requests that are coming forward. We don't have the skills out in the partnership or out in the staff levels to be able to generate and develop that. We don't have funding within a project level code to develop the types of tools that are needed. So suddenly the call came out to say, how do we do this better? How do we do this more centralized? What's the right approach? How can we get better at this going forward? And you started to see a lot of different efforts dabbling in innovation. The challenge with those early efforts, and I think we've all matured a bit further, was they had a really awkward kind of life cycle. A lot of times there would be one or two kind of leaders around a senior table who would identify the need for this. They would have experienced a challenge in their client space. Maybe they read something about the market moving more aggressively than they perceived the firm moving. And then the kind of call went out to say, we need more innovation. And it would take a few months for that call to kind of land, and resonate with everyone else. A few more months for people to figure out how much we want to invest in this, how many people do we want to put on it, how do we want to structure it, who's it going to report to, and then a few more months to actually start to staff it up. So now you're kind of a year into the conversation about innovation before the team is really on the ground getting anything going. Well, when you're looking at some of the new technologies in these domains, you're looking at the landscape of what's emerging, you're looking at the client needs, you're looking at the internal needs, there's a cultural component that has to come along with it. You're looking at least 6 to 12 months before anything materially is starting to be developed. And then another 6 to 12 months to get it deployed. And now all of a sudden you're 2 to 3 years away from that original inspiration, and you haven't really made a material difference in the business. And now the same people that are around the table deciding we needed to get into innovation are questioning why we've done it. Are we doing it right? Is it taking up too much time? Is it taking up too many resources? Maybe we just need to abandon this. And unfortunately, they start to wind it down. And then it'll take another year or two for that cycle to start back up again, for the momentum to rebuild. And a lot of firms found themselves in that trap. It could be that they were overly aggressive in their original innovation desires. They overstaffed the need. They overbuilt the space. When I was at my old consulting firm, I can't tell you the number of innovation labs that I toured. It seemed to be that shag carpet and a ping pong table was a requirement for innovation because that's how they were all being built out. But the reality was you can create the space, but if you don't have the right talent, the right culture, the right design efforts, the space itself isn't going to be innovative. So what did services firms do? They started to get better maturity. They started to look at organizations that were doing this a bit better and looking for patterns that were emerging on those that had been successful with innovation, and mainly in a sustained way. So not just a one silver bullet kind of thing, but organizations that could really repeat this process going forward. And what we started to identify was there's really 4 different dimensions that you need to think about in this space to be successful. And we've applied these at KPMG along the way, and I'll kind of weave our story into it. But the 4 dimensions you have to think about is 1, the vision of it, the culture within the organization, the processes you're going to use to do innovation, and then the governance around how you're going to control for it going forward. So when I came into KPMG first as a consultant, The conversation from the leadership team down was that there was gaps in the marketplace and we were at risk of falling behind. We weren't devoting enough time and attention to these new transformational technologies that were important to our clients and our own business models going forward. So we needed a disciplined rigor around that. The vision was set up that at a minimum, it was going to take 3 years to really begin to see the needle moving. And so a budget was set aside, not for just 1 year, but for 3 full years to look at that commitment going forward. That was a tops-down effort. It was shared across the enterprise. I had the fortunate opportunity to meet with all the senior leaders in the business as part of our consulting engagement, and I recognized it truly was a sincere and universally held belief that this was necessary for the business, which I thought was impressive. A lot of the clients I had worked for were simply looking at innovation as a means to an end, a silver bullet. There's a $200 million gap in our revenue plan. We need some innovation around that. But to actually understand that this is as much a cultural transformation of the business was important. The vision side of it, though, is you also have to understand, what do you want out of your innovation system? A lot of organizations talk about innovation because it sounds sexy, it sounds interesting, we think we need it, there's a lot of change happening, let's call it innovation. But they don't really take the time to step back and define, what does success look like? What does the success 3 years from now in our innovation program, what has it produced? What are we yielding? What's tangibly different in our organization? And how dependent are we on those innovations succeeding to achieve our business goals overall? There's a lot of innovation out there that's a nice to have, meaning that we're doing it because it's interesting, we're doing it because we're curious, but we're not necessarily dependent on the outcome. And when you're not dependent on the outcome of innovation, the momentum for it will eventually fade. There will be other competing priorities that are deemed more critical, more relevant, and therefore innovation will take a back seat to those other discussions. And if that happens often enough, eventually innovation runs into the risk of being irrelevant to the business over time, and then the funding and resources devoted to it don't seem as critical any longer. So as part of stepping into an innovation leadership role, if you're asked to do that within your firm, or if you're looking to evaluate how you're doing it today or get started, really take a step back and say, what problem within the firm are we trying to solve with this new innovation team? You know, what are some of the gaps that we have in our strategy? How do we think an innovation effort is going to try and do that? You know, could be looking at outside in perspectives, looking at how fast the market's moving, looking at new business models. Are we going to incubate those new business models within the innovation shop, and how much permission are we going to allow them to have to develop that over time? How much innovation do we think we need? Are we talking about a 10-degree change in the business, or a 45-degree or 50-degree change in the business? And if so, are we devoting enough time and resources and leadership attention to innovation to make that work? Because if you're looking to transform how your business operates in 5 years' time, and the leaders only spend a half hour a month getting an update on the innovation effort, probably not going to see the degree of transformation that you're talking about. So there has to be a consistency between what the leaders say they want versus where they're actually devoting their time and resources to pull it off. So that degree of change has to be well understood. You also need to set up some parameters for what innovation is allowed to consider. A lot of people talk about, well, I don't want to have any boundaries on my innovation program. It should be all free thinking. And the reality is there are boundaries. We just need to codify what those are. The example I used, and it worked with every one of my clients over time, which I never worked for a certain type of client, but when they ever say, well, we're always open to anything about innovation, I said, are you going to start making toasters? And they said, well, no, of course not. That's crazy. I said, then you're not open to anything. We just have to find where those boundaries are. So we have to understand, you know, how far afield are we allowed to move? How aggressive are we allowed to be? How different do we want to be? How much are we willing to invest in these new experiments going forward? So let's get consensus around what those boundary conditions are. A lot of times firms don't spend enough time around the leadership table defining some of that. And so when new ideas come forward, sure, $50,000, 200 hours on something seems reasonable. We should explore that. But what happens if that idea actually pans out? What if it is a good idea and it's going to take $5 or $10 million to scale it in a year from now? Are we ready to make that kind of commitment? Are we comfortable enough about the domain that the idea is in to make the full scale storyline? Because if we're unsure about that, let's get that right first before we get people excited about pursuing something, only to discover, well, wait a minute, now that's real money. You know, we got to think hard about this. That's a conversation that needs to happen sooner in the visioning discussions. So once you understand what that vision is, now you can set up the right scaled innovation systems behind it. So vision's closely coupled with culture. On the culture side of the equation, it has to start with a vision. You have to explain what you want out of innovation and what types of new behaviors need to come along with it in order for that to happen within the firm. What do you want the average person in the firm's role to be in innovation? Are they an idea generator? Are they going to get pulled into a development effort to try and help incubate one of these new business models inside the firm? What's the expectation of their contribution going forward, and how are they going to be recognized for it if they do that? So oftentimes you'll see a big splash, leadership puts innovation in the top 3 priorities for the coming year, and there's a couple of nice bullets about it in a chart with fireworks or something like that. But beyond that, in the hallways, they don't talk about it, they don't ask about it, they don't reward the people or recognize them for the time they're investing in it. And so people learn the behavior that said, yeah, innovation, whatever, I'm going back to my billable hours project. So you have to start to reinforce in those instant moments, like in the hallways or in the elevators, that innovation is a sincere effort. Focus your conversations in those domains and challenge people to be thinking about it as part of their regular dialogue. If leadership briefings come in and people aren't discussing innovation within their practice, the leaders need to challenge them about it. And I can guarantee the next briefing they have will probably have a couple more mentions on innovation. And over time, that behavior will start to reinforce, and they'll start to recognize that people are thinking differently. They feel they have the permission to think differently, to raise new ideas, and they've got their permission to explore those within degrees of control. We'll talk about that in a minute, to see where they go. And successful ideas will continue to incubate and scale. So you want that to be kind of company lore over time, that you have these hero stories of people who tried something new, got supported by the leaders, got the opportunity to continue to develop it, and now look where it is today in that domain. So those are the kind of opportunities you want to transform, because anybody new joining the firm will then be exposed to these new dimensions, and that will simply become the de facto culture going forward. To sustain that, you need a decent process, right? So innovation, as much as we'd all like to think it's the great light bulb moment, there's a lot of discipline and rigor that has to go into it. You have to have thoughtful approaches to ideation, to narrowing the field of options. Most organizations I've worked with, ideas is not their problem. They have plenty of ideas. What they don't have is a great way or consistent way to synthesize those down to the top priorities to explore, and a hyper efficient model to test those ideas out to identify the really potential ones going forward. So the process is designed to make it transparent to folks about what criteria we're looking for and to guide them down that path. So if we're not looking to build toasters, let's tell people that. Let's explain to them, look, these are the areas we're really looking for your best ideas in. These are the top 5 problems our clients are having today, or the top 5 opportunities we see for ourselves going forward. Bring us your ideas in this domain. By setting those boundaries, it's actually liberating for people. You might think it's a constraint, but when people understand that they're contributing to a stated problem for the firm, they're more likely to spend time on it because they know it's a priority. If they're just guessing at what they think would be interesting to the firm, they might hesitate to raise it because they're not sure if they have the right platform to do that. So the process moves those ideas along through a stage gate model with the right levels of funding and control around it to make sure we don't go too far afield from the parameters that we had originally. And this is an iterative process. So early on, you make some projections and estimates about what the impact could be. Go vet those, talk to a few of your clients and explain, if we did this, would it be of interest to you? If we did this, what value would it be to you? If we did this, do you think we're the right firm to bring this to you? So let's understand what permissions we have, what's the desirability of this, and then test the operational questions. Is it feasible for us to pull it off? And a lot of people will dive right into the development effort, assuming the development is the hardest part of this. In reality now, with so many various tech vendors that are out there, building something in a tech space in particular is not the hardest thing. It's getting acceptance, getting brand permission, getting adoption across the organization. So testing those boundaries early and understanding what the degrees of difficulty are going to be, that if it existed, now how hard is it going to be to adopt? You can start to work those in parallel alongside the actual development effort and feed into each other. If you understand that adoption is contingent upon these 2 or 3 things, make sure that's fed into the development cycle early enough so it's not a huge cost to change it down the road. So that balance between outside in perspective on what you're building and the feasibility of actually building it itself has to be done in concert with each other through a very efficient process. And then be willing to walk away from things that don't pass those tests. If you take the concept out and people are like, yeah, no, no, it's not important enough to me, doesn't come up often enough, not something I would see coming in from your organization. Okay, now we understand that those are barriers and maybe we need to revisit this or shelve this idea until it becomes a bigger issue for them down the road and they're more willing to spend, or we can position ourselves in a different way so they're more willing to consider it from us. And then the last part of the process has to be the kind of migration of this into the core businesses. So whether it's building up a standalone subsidiary, looking at the titles from yesterday, I really wish I had joined Lucy's session. I love the title on it. But the subsidiary is still going to have to coexist within the bigger enterprise. There's still an opportunity to share branding, to share resources, et cetera, to bolster the benefits to both businesses. So the question is, how is that coexistence going to happen? And if it is an idea that's not going to be a subsidiary, but instead woven into the core operations day to day, start to understand what that translation process is going to be. It's been incubated in a small organization. Therefore, there's a risk of not invented here kind of mentality from some of the other leaders. So how do we start to get them engaged early on and prepare them to bring this in? What are the early evidence points they're going to need to see to encourage broader adoption and to invest in the training and the development and encouragement of their people to bring this into their day-to-day operations going forward? So testing that early is going to be critical. And then the last step is the governance process. So you have to understand the balance between loose and tight controls in innovation. If you spend a bunch of money on a bad idea, it's a failure. People say, well, innovation, you have to accept failure. I can accept failure. That's true. There's going to be a lot of experiments that don't pan out, but there are better ways to fail than others. So if every one of your experiments takes 3 years and costs $20 million, eventually the fatigue factor is going to set in and not going to give you the chance to do another experiment. So you have to look for ways to say, how can I deselect projects early on based on evidence that I wasn't able to prove? So I had a hypothesis. Let me go out and test that hypothesis. And if it reinforces the idea I had, great. Let's move forward. Let's move forward faster. Let's put more money into this. We're seeing all the signals moving ahead that this is a good idea. If some of those hypotheses come back and the tests that we tested around the concept got mixed results, okay, well, hold on a minute. Only 50% of the people said they like this. Does that still make it an attractive enough market for us to go after and for us to develop as a service? Maybe not. Maybe it's too small. It's not worth the cost anymore. Okay, then let's shelve the idea. If 50% is still a really sizable market opportunity, then let's continue to press on. We now solve that. We know it's a smaller opportunity. We may have to think about our expectations around it because of that, but at least now we know there's still a viable opportunity there. So we have to make those choices along the way. And the leadership team has to play a role in that process. They have to identify and be comfortable with the spaces of opportunity that have been defined and what it means for the firm if it was to become a success over time. How would the firm look differently? How would we behave differently? What would our brand position be if we now had this net new capability over here attached to the organization? They have to be comfortable with that model and then step back and say, okay, if you're not comfortable with it yet, or you want to see further evidence, how can I start to capture more of that evidence in my design process in order to get them over that hurdle? So those are some of the tension moments you have to come back to. And it always has to be in line to that vision that was set in the very beginning. So the governance and the controls and the systems you put in place to have things jump over certain hurdles has to be taken in consideration with the vision. If you discover that the vision says we need a huge pivot in the business, the world is changing, we need to do something radically different, but all of a sudden every new idea you have is shut down for being too radical, then there's something disconnecting between the vision and the governance. So we have to make sure that those two are in line and challenge leadership sometimes and say, look, you asked me to do this. We wanted this degree of change. The last 5 ideas I brought you were in that spirit, but you shot them all down. So how much degree of change are we really looking for here? So you have to be able to have those types of hard conversations with leadership, because don't forget, in many cases, this is new to them too. They've grown up in a certain business model. They've perfected their career. They've elevated to that leadership table because of their execution in the legacy models. You're now asking them to set aside the comfort zone that they've developed for themselves to explore these net new spaces. And so you're going to have to allow them the chance to get comfortable with that domain and understand the tension between what they're asking you to do and what they're allowing you to do through the governance process. So that's a good open channel communication model. So let me just pause there for a second. That was about a 20-minute monologue. But I see a couple of questions might have popped through in the chat, and I want to make sure we allow time for some questions before handing it off to the think tank.
Sure. Hello, everyone. This is Lucy. Thank you, Kevin, very much. Really, really insightful. I have loads of questions, but could I ask everyone, as they're putting questions in the chat, because we've got there's lots of commentary and really lots of really good discussion in the chat. If you're posing a question, could you just put question at the beginning of your text so that we can pick out the questions quickly? But I don't want to stifle the discussion, so it's just so that we can do that quickly. So there's a question for you here, Kevin. How would you estimate the relative costs for change, process, design, tech, and people as you've driven innovation success? Not in terms of dollars, but sort of percentage-wise, really.
No, that's a great question, and I think one that a lot of people get wrong on two dimensions. Their expectations are wrong, and how they track it is wrong. So in the services business, assuming your firms are similar to the way we do it, a lot of my cost when we invest in KPMG is actually perceived to be an opportunity cost. So we're taking people that are billable in the marketplace at $200 an hour, and we're taking them offline for 6 months because they have subject matter expertise, and they now work on one of these net new domain areas that we're exploring. Well, there's a cost to doing that, taking them offline and not having that time be billable. We've set up our budgets internally here to reimburse the businesses to allow that to happen. So when the businesses set their financial goals for the year, they assumed a certain utilization rate for all their employees. We've now taken one of those employees out of the mix. So we reimburse them through this central fund. So the money all stays inside KPMG. It's all what we call blue dollars versus external money that's spent with vendors, et cetera. But it is an opportunity cost we want to recognize. What ends up happening, though, is a lot of people focus on the external dollar expenses, and they're not really accounting for the internal cost to do this. So you have to find mechanisms to allow you to track both, especially in the tech domain where a lot of your cost might be for infrastructure cost, external third-party developer cost, et cetera. But don't discount what your team is investing in the design and development as well, because that's part of the total package. The second challenge is relative to the ratio. The actual development time may be minimal, but training up 2,000 or 3,000 people to now adopt this new technology, is far more expensive. So we have to factor that in as well. So on a ballpark percentage basis, you're probably looking at no more than 50% of your cost being the actual development of the thing itself. You've got leadership time and attention devoted to the development of that. You're going to require some sort of financial analysis time devoted to it. You're going to have to invest in taking more people offline to train and adopt that new technology, and or investments in sales and marketing to make your clients aware that you even have this new capability. So a lot of people understate that, and they invest so much into the development of it that they don't invest into the deployment and adoption of it. And now all of a sudden I have this really expensive asset that isn't yielding any kind of impact or return on the back end, and I'm out of money. So you really need to budget your time that way. So I would assume about 50% on the development side, and then another 50% on the deployment and activation side.
Thank you very much. And we've had similar issues at my firm where we actually treat our innovation projects as client matters. So I become a client, I become a client. Perfect. And people kind of, that's something that they kind of resonates with them.
Well, the nice way about that is you already have the infrastructure to track hours that way. Yeah. So you just set it up as a new project.
Yeah, it works well.
Yep.
Another question that's come in, do you have examples of how to incentivize ideation and changing behaviors, including at leadership level?
So on the ideation side, you have to have a couple of different mechanisms to do it. So we actually have done what we call the Bright Idea Challenge, which is open to anyone in the firm. You have to submit a 2 to 3 minute video of your idea, and then we put them through kind of a Shark Tank level analysis. And the last finalists do show up to an actually videotaped Shark Tank it's filmed in one of our studios in New York, and they're put through the rigors. And if they're selected at the end, they receive up to $500,000 in investment to pursue their idea, and they're given kind of a leave of absence from their traditional job to go focus on developing that. What we do to stage that is the first group, you might get, say, 200 submissions. We have a panel of judges who narrow that down to 15. Those 15 then get to work with people on my innovation team to flesh their ideas out, because obviously they had a great idea, but they don't necessarily know how to build the roadmap or turn it into a compelling investment case. So we allow them to coach that down. From those 15, 5 are selected for the final competition. So when people see that through our internal broadcasts, it's really motivating. And then when we brag about the success of that over time, we've had several of these that have gotten launched into the marketplace and are now generating several $1 million in revenue, actually. It's really exciting for people to see the accelerated career path of those that took the opportunity to do this and are now leading that service line moving forward. We've not done a direct compensation model for it. We've thought about that a couple of different ways, but again, back to the fact that there's still a lot of organic innovation happening day to day in the field. We didn't want to create a have and have not situation. Our belief is that kind of the rising tide of KPMG helps everyone in this domain. So your career might accelerate, you might get freedom to explore something new and different and intellectually stimulating, but it's not a one-for-one compensation reward in that space. On the change in behaviors and leadership level, we've actually coached leaders on what to say. So we've given them scripts that say, look, when someone brings you a good idea, here's what you should say to the good idea. When someone brings you an idea you're not sure about, don't just dismiss it because they put a lot of thought into it. There might be something there. Be more specific on what your concerns are. I'm not seeing the client demand yet. I'd feel better if we did a survey to test this more. I'm not sure your competitive landscape is fully considering the emergence of startups. Can you engage with Ali Garamian to go get a startup analysis completed? So you're giving them some more actions to take to really vet the area that you're uncomfortable with. And they'll come back and say, you know what, you're right. The startup thing is too scary. There's too many players out there. We're going to leave. Or no, I've now got the evidence. I feel better about this. Hopefully you do too. So you're having a much more constructive dialogue that says we're open to your ideas. We're open to investing in it. We just want to explore it a bit further before we dive headlong into development.
Great, thank you. And then there's a question from Chris Boyd. At KPMG, what percentage of innovation time is dedicated to each of 1, making existing services more efficient, 2, creating new revenue streams for the firm, 3, figuring out what new market offerings will obsolete KPMG's existing ones, and 4, other types of innovation? And we've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, all right. So the obsolete one scares me a little bit, but no, it's a fair question. What I would say is we actually look at it differently by business. So we don't apply a uniform percentage. If we did, it's somewhere around kind of 60% sustainable innovation, because obviously our services are constantly going through an evolutionary process based on client need. So we're still investing about 60% of our time just keeping the lights on and keeping us competitive. We've got another, say, 20 to 30% being focused on the kind of how do we advance our position in these domains? How do we differentiate and take a disproportionate share of the market in these spaces? And the last 10 to 20% is focused on the net new spaces. How do we reinvent how we're doing this, where we're going with it, et cetera. That varies though by business. Some of our businesses are in a much more tenuous state. So when you look at tax and the potential for automation in tax within the next, say, 5 to 10 years, it's substantial. So we're actively investing more in the net new spaces of tax because it's a more urgent transformation that's required there than, say, our audit business, which has a lot going into audit automation and data and analytics, but the fundamental economics of the business are still fairly stable. So we don't need to invest as much in net new business models. It's more about operating models and delivery on that side. So I landed it in time, hopefully, Lucy.
You've done a brilliant job. Thank you very much. Kevin, that's been fantastic. Thank you for sharing your journey at KPMG. Really, really interesting. And I hope you can stay around and listen to some of our other sessions.
Excellent. Thank you for the time. I really appreciate it. And find me on LinkedIn if anybody has any follow-up questions.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kevin.
Cheers.
So we're going to turn now to our first series of Shark TED Talk Tank. These are really, really quick. So the videos are about 7 minutes, and then there is literally 2 minutes for questions at the end, and then the next video will stream. So there's no that, you know, I'll take questions, but we may not be able to cover all of them, and I do apologize if I have to cut you off so we can move on to the next one. So I think without further ado, we can run the first one from McGuire Wood.
Hi, I'm Martha Briel. I'm the Knowledge Management Leader at McGuire Wood, based in Richmond, Virginia.
And I'm Kristen Traylor, Discovery Counsel and Review Center Manager at McGuire Woods. Martha and I are both members of the firm's Practice Innovation Office. The PIO is a group of cross-functional departments that get together monthly and sort of drive the innovation efforts for the firm. So one of the innovation efforts that we came up with was a hackathon. And so Martha's going to tell you how that came about.
So our firm's first hackathon came about for two main goals. The first goal was to identify a design prototype for Foundation, our firm's intelligence hub. We had rolled out Foundation about 1.5 years ago. It's been widely adopted across marketing and business development. It's been pretty well adopted across our corporate groups, and it's not been that well adopted across our litigation groups. So the idea of the design hackathon was to uncover a prototype to help adoption across all of our legal practice groups, and we have 20. In addition to that, we also wanted to test out a new methodology for driving innovation at the firm, design thinking. We thought that in order to get more innovative ideas, we should probably use more innovative methods to generate those ideas. Design thinking is not necessarily a new concept, but it's new to our firm, and it's an area where I think lawyers struggle. It's kind of touchy-feely. It involves being vulnerable and throwing out ideas that are half-baked. And these things are not things that lawyers naturally do well or easily. So we wanted to test out whether a design thinking methodology would work for innovative ideas at the firm. And in terms of judging our hackathon, we selected C-level people, recruited, I guess is a better way of saying it, from across the firm. So the chief marketing officer, the chief information officer, and the practice innovation chair were all going to judge our hackathon to see what design was going to win. And now Kristen is going to cover who was involved in the teams on the hackathon.
Great. So first, we decided we needed a committee. So Rachel Cohey, Eric Genby, Martha, and myself were the committee on the PIO that sort of brainstormed all the ideas and sort of came up with how were we going to implement this hackathon. And first, we needed some people. So we brainstormed who would be good participants, people that would be open to sharing and, you know, being part of a collaborative effort. But we also wanted to make sure we had a good cross-section of the firm. So we, you know, had people from marketing and finance and IT and lawyers and legal assistants. And so, you know, we made sure that we had a good, diverse group. And then we put together the teams, and we ended up with 4 teams of 4. Again, we made sure that each team was sort of diverse and had somebody with different skill sets. And then we had to figure out, well, when are we going to do this? So originally we were going to do it live in person. We were going to fly people in from different offices and do an all-day event on a Saturday. And then COVID hit and we had to pivot a bit. And so we decided to do it over 3 days, but shorter sessions. So we did a kickoff call for 30 minutes on a Tuesday. And then we sent everyone to Zoom breakout rooms where they had an hour and a half to, brainstorm ideas and come up with, innovative plans for foundation. We also, the four of us who are the committee chairs, we served as the coaches so that we could, jump in and out of the Zoom rooms and answer questions that people might have, or, if they were getting stuck, we could help kind of prompt them just so they weren't, spinning their wheels. So that's what we did. And then on Wednesday, we gave them another hour and a half right in their Zoom breakout rooms, again, to work on their proposals. And then on Friday, we had the Shark Tank type presentations where everybody could watch everyone else's presentation. And we gave each team about 10 minutes to, present their ideas and for the judges to ask some questions. And then we gave the judges a couple minutes sort of after each presentation so they could enter their scores. And we did give them, criteria of how they should judge, so that, they weren't just sort of having to come up with it on the fly. So we gave them specific criteria that was entered, into an electronic system that could tally it for them. And then at the end, the judges, after everybody gave their presentation, the judges, we give them a few minutes to kind of discuss and then present the winner. And honestly, we got 4 great ideas, and it was really hard for the judges to judge. But they did award a winner who got, that team was given a cash prize, as well as the bragging rights of winning our first hackathon. So it was a lot of fun, and we got some good feedback, right, Martha?
We did. Thanks, Kristen. Yeah, we got great feedback from participants. They had a great time. A few said it was the most fun they've had at work in a long time. And you could tell just by the enthusiasm and the engagement that everyone really, really enjoyed it. The Practice Innovation Office chair said he would have been happy if we had a shred of a decent idea out of this hackathon idea. And instead of a shred, we ended up with 4 great ideas, as Kristen just mentioned, and 1 winning idea. That winning idea is going to be implemented in Foundation starting in January. And we are also going to look for ways to implement and integrate the other 3 ideas as well. So I don't think there really were any losers here. What we would have done differently, or what we are going to do differently next time, is we're going to market ourselves as liaisons as opposed to coaches, just to change the expectation a little bit with a language shift. We are going to make the sessions longer to help just generate more time to do brainstorming during the actual hackathon. And then we are going to use design whiteboarding technologies like Mural or Miro. Future plans, as we've both said, we are going to build out the winning idea. We are going to look for ways to integrate the other 3 ideas, and we are going to do more hackathons in the future. Thank you so much for attending today.
We look forward to your questions.
Thank you both, Martha and Kristen. If you could both unmute yourselves so that we can have a very quick conversation. Obviously, fascinating to hear the hackathon idea. And of course, I think what will be on everyone's mind is, well, what was the winning idea? And it's just come through. Thanks, Neil. What was the winning idea, and what were the sort of success criteria that your panel used to select it?
So the winning idea, I apologize, but we can't really talk in much detail about that. We have one of those firms that's pretty tight-lipped about exactly what we're doing, but really it's integrating different internal and external data sources into Foundation to move it in a direction that it was going already, which is a firm hub, a firm intelligence hub. Does that help everyone a little bit? I think the most important part of it is, though, the winning idea really needs to be aligned with your firm's culture, the needs as perceived by the leadership in innovation, and the criteria. I'm going to let Kristen speak in a minute, but the criteria are critical to that. And I think that fits well with our introductory keynote session today. So Kristen, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. So the criteria was feasibility, ease of use, creativity, and client focus. So, and we set the criteria out at the beginning so everybody knew what it was, and so they could kind of build their ideas around the criteria.
Fantastic. And that takes us very neatly onto the time for the next video. So we'll wait. That's being queued up right now. So just give us a second.
Hi, I'm Dan Harsel from Intap. At Intap, I lead our engineering, architecture, and cloud operations teams, and our efforts and investments around artificial intelligence and data science. I wanted to share with you some of the interesting areas in which Intap has been investing in innovation, specifically in this case with regards to data science, machine learning, and natural language processing. Intap have been working over the last few years on a data strategy that more seamlessly integrates our own broad set of solutions together, but also makes the Intap platform interoperate more easily with third-party systems and data. As we're trying to connect up these data sets, we're seeing the opportunity to use some new technologies to provide insights and intelligence, to automate repetitive or error-prone tasks, and to help solve data quality problems with artificial intelligence. What you see here, in various ways, we've been trying to use these technologies in different capabilities in our products for several years, but we've been ramping up this investment substantially of late. What I want to do today is talk about a few of the areas of investment and how they align to three themes. We talk about engagement DNA, and how that relates to experience management, and how we can generate intelligence from data sets that have incredible predictive power, but usually sit unused and in silos within firms. Then I'll talk about this one that we call assisted terms categorization, and how predictive models can help make repetitive and error-prone manual tasks more efficient. And then finally, I'll talk about relationships from the perspective of data quality. How can we use machine learning to improve data quality and to do it automatically? Hopefully, in organizing a few examples in that way, you can see that this goes beyond being just a generic set of tools. What we're trying to do is use the technology to solve some real problems that we've identified because of our history of working with all of you, our clients, to innovate. So, to start out, I want to describe this idea we call engagement DNA. This is a way we can identify the patterns in the huge volume of data around your matters that can then be used in a variety of ways. It can be used to help make predictions about the likely risk of taking on a new matter, or the likely budget that would be required, or the likely profitability. It can be used to search for experience and expertise within the firm, or it can be used for analytical purposes, just to understand the cohorts of work across different dimensions. It's important to point out that in almost all of these cases, before you can begin doing some machine learning, there's a data science step in which we combine multiple data sets from different source systems, and we analyze and understand the data. That's what you see there in those left two boxes in this diagram. Which data elements carry predictive meaning and which don't? Which elements can be combined or summarized in some way? Engagement DNA, as we've come up with it, consists of two pieces or steps. The first piece is a labeling engine. Here, we're bringing a huge volume of time entry and billing data with descriptions on your matters together and categorizing the different granular bits into components. Those components can be something like phase and task, but it could also be activity types or areas of law or experience. This is a challenge for sure, as different firms use different taxonomies for these. And in a supervised learning model, we would need upwards of 20 to 30,000 labeled examples to use for training. We've hit on what I think, though, is a fairly clever approach that uses what's called semi-supervised and active learning. What this means is we can begin without any human annotated examples at all. The model doesn't perform very well in this initial state. But then by using active learning, we can improve it very quickly and with a much smaller time investment from humans that would otherwise be needed. The second piece of engagement DNA is a search engine. Now that we have labeled and categorized all of the bits of work, we combine that data set with other pieces of data about the matter, and we find patterns. We can then take input parameters and return the cohorts of matters that are the most similar. So here is a visualization of all of that. Now, this is obviously oversimplified, but we're showing here how the granular work categorization happens and then can be summarized into an input in our search engine and analysis. As an example of how we use engagement DNA, I want to talk about experience tagging and search. In experience management, we're using engagement DNA and the labeling engine to categorize past work and provide suggested experience and expertise tags. And then the search engine is used with some user-provided input criteria to find similar types of past work, as suggested by the machine learning model. Okay, next I wanted to turn to an example of AI in which we're aiming to improve efficiency and partially or near fully automate a task that's usually done manually. We call this one assisted terms categorization, and here's how it works. You start by uploading an engagement letter or an outside counsel guideline document. The system then automatically reads that document, slicing the sections up into individual topics. Those topics are then classified automatically into the firm-specific taxonomy. In this case, there's still the ability for a human reviewer to come in and make corrections to the results as needed. The model performs better if it's been trained on more labeled examples, certainly. But even if fewer examples have been provided, it can still speed up the overall process by over 50% in our experience. Finally, and lastly, I wanted to give just an example of where we can use machine learning and natural language processing technologies to continuously improve data quality. In this example, it comes from our relationship solution, where we have the capability to scrape people's signature blocks in email. An algorithm using a named entity recognizer then slices the signature block up into its constituent parts: the person's name, title, address, phone number, email address, company name, etc. And then the algorithm links the structured contact information to an existing contact in the CRM. It works with accuracies in the high 90% range, which is high enough that it rivals human performance, and is certainly better than what the data accuracy would otherwise be. So with those three examples, hopefully I've given some insight into what we're doing here at Intap with machine learning and natural language processing, and how we're trying to use those tools to bring new insights, but also to speed up costly processes and solve data quality problems. This continues to be a significant area of investment for us at Intap generally, but certainly so in terms of where we're making our investments in new innovation. Now, as we develop software, we're trying to think about AI just like we would think about data persistence or a user interface. It's just a part of the overall technology that goes into building a product. So I want to say thanks to everyone here and the event organizers for giving me and giving Intap the opportunity to share this brief glimpse into some of the investments in innovation going on here, specifically with regards to applied AI. I hope you found it interesting, and I'm looking forward to learning more in the other sessions.
Thank you, Dan, very much. If you could unmute yourself so everyone can hear the answers to the questions. And we've got literally two minutes, but one's come in on the chat. Will you be building APIs to allow other apps to use the data sets that you're collating?
Yeah, sure. It's interesting, as we've kind of grown and had more solutions, our architecture has become more distributed, and all of the services we build now have APIs. We try to have a philosophy of having those be open so we can interoperate. We realize not all firms buy everything from Intap, and we need to make our products interoperate with other solutions and third-party systems. We also have them, for our own internal uses. So these inference services that we build, like the one I mentioned called Engagement DNA, has APIs so that both our pricing solution and our experience solution can be using that. So we can certainly open APIs like that up for some of these predictive services that can become available for other uses that we might not have imagined.
Thank you. And I have to say, I love the the email sign-off scraper. I think that's brilliant, because keeping that information up to date is a nightmare. And very, very quickly, just to give an overview, the outside counsel guideline engagement letter tool, what sort of information are you extracting from that?
Oh, so the topic classifier really slices the entire document up. The assumption is that these documents don't have a lot of extraneous, kind of language, that each section, each paragraph, if you will, is a topic that defines a term.
I see.
And so they all get categorized. Now, certainly you might learn over time that there are some kind of like, some bits of boilerplate that don't become categorized terms, but really those documents are pretty meaty, so everything kind of goes into one category or another.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And we are now right on cue, out of time. So now over to the structure flow and Norton Rose Fulbright presentation.
Hi there, I'm Tim Follett. I am the CEO and founder of Structure Flow.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy Coleman. I'm the head of innovation and legal technology for Norton Rose Fulbright.
We're going to talk to you today about how our two organizations partnered to help NRF's lawyers use visualization technology in their deals to be able to work more efficiently and collaboratively. And we're going to tell you about how this became more important and more fruitful in the context of COVID-19 and working remotely. We think it's a great story about how a major law firm and a startup can work together to champion innovation. So firstly, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Well, I'm a corporate lawyer by background, and I always found it useful to create diagrams of deals and structures to be able to understand them and explain them to colleagues and clients. But I kept coming up against a number of excruciating problems. Firstly, like you can see on the screen at the moment, creating these diagrams in PowerPoint is hugely painful. Moving shapes and lines around, it's really inefficient. Secondly, you've got lots of versions of these diagrams being circulated, and quite often people aren't sure if they're looking at the most accurate, up-to-date version. And thirdly, just creating these diagrams means someone's got to read through a load of complex documents, work out what's going on, and then start to draw. And when you think about it, it's a process of data visualization. And I thought to myself, surely it must be possible to automatically visualize that data. So I left practice to do something about this, and it turned out that NRF was also looking at these problems and how to solve them.
That's right, Tim. So our kind of journey here starts off in the middle of 2018. A banking partner from London came to the Newcastle office where I was working at the time, gathered a bunch of us around a whiteboard and drew out plans for a piece of software that he had been wanting to build for a number of years. Well, it turns out that the software was about visual modeling of transactions. And we all kind of looked at each other and said, that's such a straightforward and simple concept. Somebody must have done this already. So in our standard fashion, we started speaking to people in the industry and sending out, doing a bit of a search. And that's when we came across Tim and Structure Flow.
Yeah, and we had a number of conversations that ended up in Structure Flow running a proof of concept testing program with NRF in their offices in London for about a month in total. A bunch of NRF lawyers coming in, corporate, banking, tax, giving feedback, us putting that into the product's development. And we ended up working with the firm to better understand how they wanted to use a tool like Structure Flow.
It was all around a really great experience for everyone involved. And fast forward to today, we've got over 200 users using Structure Flow currently, mainly in the UK and in Europe, but we also are looking to expand to North America and Asia.
So what does Structure Flow do? Well, it has three main areas of functionality. The first is rapid diagramming. We give users predefined objects that they can drag and drop onto a canvas and then link together. So it's less like drawing, it's more like modeling. It's a kind of Lego for lawyers. And that means you can create a complex diagram really quickly. We've sped up this video, but this diagram you can see right now took under 5 minutes to create in StructureFlow. Secondly, collaboration. It's a secure cloud-based product, and that means you can create a project and share it, not only internally, but externally with anyone. You can invite them into a project, they can see the diagram, leave comments, and if you change the diagram, you'll change what they will see. So you can still print and export to PDF, etc. But what we're trying to do here is create a single common platform where all the stakeholders can come together to see the same thing. And then thirdly, information. StructureFlow is a visual database. It doesn't just create two-dimensional flat diagrams. There's a third dimension, a depth, which is data. The system knows what all the different things and relationships are, and it builds up a data model that sits behind the diagram. That means you can do some really interesting things. You can toggle on and off what you want to see. You can put key information in the data panel. You can, as you can see right now, connect through to documents. And we're very close to being able to allow you to automatically create diagrams from data.
It's all hugely exciting. You're probably wondering, what kind of metrics for success have we used, or as an organization are we looking at? Well, certainly since we brought in StructureFlow, that's had quite a large impact on for those lawyers who've started using it. Firstly, in terms of time savings, we have witnessed significant increases in efficiency in terms of the amount of time that our lawyers used to spend working on structure diagrams. The second is it's enhanced our communication ability and collaboration, which Tim has mentioned before. But really, in our current situation, we're not really able to just walk down the hall and start drawing on someone's whiteboard. So in terms of getting everyone together in one space, one collaborative space, or one virtual canvas, if you will, it's been hugely beneficial. And then really, I guess the third kind of impact is around risk mitigation. Being able to take a term sheet and draw out very rapidly the structure diagram that represents that transaction, you're able to spot issues, gaps, if you will. And we've actually had 2 instances of that happening very recently. So, a lot of impacts and a lot of kind of success measures, but those are three really important ones for us.
Thanks, Jeremy. So what now? What next? Well, this is just the start of the journey for us. We're not just creating a jazzy PowerPoint for lawyers here. We've got really big plans. First of all, about empowering users to be able to use visual storytelling to make complex legal information more understandable. Secondly, building out that collaboration platform piece and allowing people to come together. And thirdly, unlocking the power of that data that sits behind the diagram.
Hi there. Could Tim and Sukesh unmute themselves? We haven't got, sadly, Jeremy Coleman this afternoon, but Sukesh Kamra has agreed to join, I hope, in his place. But we have Tim. Oh, and we have Sukesh. Hi there. Thanks for jumping in at the last minute. So I've literally got 2 minutes. So I'm going to ask one question. What's been great is because the questions are in the chat. People are the speakers are responding in the chat. But the first question that's come through, which was one of mine, so I'm thrilled. What data sets can you currently connect to? And is there an associated REST API to include content?
Yep. So really good question there. Connecting into data and being able to push and pull data in and out of StructureFlow is really core to our strategic thinking. And the types of data that we want to be able to pull in are data like entity related data, corporate entity information, being able to effectively take an as-is state and bring that into StructureFlow, and then start to model that, and then be able to look to create a to-be state, and then use that as a kind of framework for a transaction implement the transaction, then push that back out as the new as is. And so we think about structure flow as a kind of, the word modeling is really important to us. The data is kind of like the clay. You take it, you do things with it, and then you can put it in different places. As for the API, yes, and the types of data that we want to look at going forwards. As I say, entity management data, KYC data. There's this idea about kind of data enrichment that's really important to us.
I think it's really, really interesting. We are now, I'm just looking at the time, we're now out of time, but there are a number of questions hopefully you guys can get to in the chat. This is the challenge of having so many sessions. So thank you very much indeed. We're going to now move into the first of our breakout sessions. So as Oz said, you're going to be put into breakout sessions. Just bear with us while we get the technology lined up.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the main room. In the next few seconds, please vote. And the question is, and you get to choose up to 3, which of the following would you implement in your firm in 2021, or would you like to implement at the firm in 2021? We have 70% voted already. So as soon as we get to 106, we're going to stop the polling and we're going to share it. But we don't have everyone voting yet. And the admins in the Zoom don't get to vote. We'll vote at the end. Stephanie. Okay, it seems like we're almost there. So if you haven't voted yet, please vote. And we've got clear indication here. You could see it now, I believe. No, you can see it now. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
It's visible.
Okay, so with that information, we're going to go straight to the next one. Thank you. Floor, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'll unmute myself and I will share. Can you see my screen and my slide deck?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Floor Blindenbach and I'm the founder of Organizer for Innovation. And we offer online training and innovation management platform for teams, innovation teams in the workplace. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity that Skills is providing to share the research finding of a research study that we did into the innovation management practices of 22 law firms. So let me share that with you. Let me see. I am struggling here myself to go to the next slide. Okay, so the first question is, what is innovation management? To some, that may sound like an oxymoron. How can you manage a creative process like innovation? At the same time, it's a discipline that's been around about 50 years because it's really easy to spend on innovation. Mostly product firms found out like in the 70s. And it's really difficult to make a financial return on investment. So that basically is what innovation management is about. If you put money in, how do you make sure that you get more out of that process? If you then go to the research study, the findings are based, that I'm going to present, are based on input from 35 respondents, and that's worth about 35 hours of interviews, and detailed insights into the innovation management practice of 22 law firms. A little bit of a bias towards larger firms, but there were several firms with fewer than 50 lawyers. And the number of projects varied from about 1 project a year to about 400 projects a year. with an average of 33 and a mean of 8. And so we're very grateful for the funding of the CIT, CRF of the state of Virginia to sponsor this research. So if you look at just the parts of the process, and get on the same page, what do we mean by innovation? And really we define it pretty broadly. It can be the implementation of a new practice group, the creation of a new practice group. It can be the implementation of a new technology and anything in between. So it's really rather broad. But regardless of that, the kind of process, you have the idea generation, conversation, which we separate in selection and execution, and diffusion and scaling. This is like the process where Kevin Boland was talking about, and I think we are all familiar with these steps. So how do you manage each of these steps? If you look at idea generation, I was very pleased with the presentation of Martha Broel and Christiana Trailer about hackathons. That's a great of new ideas and also technologies. At the same time, the best ideas come from your clients. But it is what we learned through the interviews. It's really difficult for attorneys to ask their clients, what do you need? The pandemic has made it slightly easier because no one knew what to use, what to do. And interestingly enough, the attorneys that did take the step to really go out there and ask their clients, what do you need? They learned that clients were very happy, and they were perceived, if I may quote, it shows the attorney has empathy for client problems. So that's really a best practice. And throughout the presentation, you will find my best practices are indicated with these arrows. Then we go to conversion. If you look at the convert ideas, and the other part is like you need to execute on them. For the selection criteria that we found that were used are things like the size and the significance of the problem, the pool of lawyers who could benefit, potential revenue generation, resource requirements, number of key clients an idea would impact, strategic fit. Great criteria. At the winning or like in the most successful projects, and this is where, and I get a notice that my internet is unstable, so I hope that's not a problem. So if you look at the projects that were most successful, and you ask for success stories, like what was your most successful project? These were nearly always projects where the firm was first, where the firm was really able to stand out and differentiate itself from the competitors. And if you ask for key attributes of successful projects, without exception, everyone mentioned the involvement of a senior person in the firm, usually a senior partner. So if you know those are key characteristics of successful projects, use those in your selection criteria. That's just one of the recommendations I would like to make. And that came out of the study. The other part of the conversion is the execution, the development. Here you see that there's a great variety in how teams get supported. Most teams get no support at all. They have gotten approval to proceed, they've gotten funding, and they're on their own. Others are assigned a project manager to help them guide through the process. In very few firms, actually only in 2 out of the 22, there was a team that could run with the idea. And usually such teams can only run with very few ideas. So it's certainly not a solution that every firm has or can afford. And then we also saw one firm had that associates could get 50 hours to pursue their idea. So again, like very different levels of support. In general, only one firm indicated that they tracked the progress of teams. So again, like they start and then there's very little follow-up. And a theme throughout my presentation today will be that importance of the tracking of what these teams do. IT projects typically are managed and tracked a little better. The most commonly used method was there, like the PMI standard process of tracking. But we know from other firms and others in the innovation space that methods like Agile discovery-driven planning, and lean startup are more suitable for innovation projects. So that's another recommendation, to follow what your innovation teams are doing and learning. And I see questions come in, asking informed questions when speaking. I'm trying to do two things, reading the chat. I'm really bad at that, so I think I will come back. I'll try as much as possible, keep an eye on the chat and respond to that. But indeed, asking for the clients is important. Okay, 5 minutes. Diffusion and scaling. Many opportunities exist to share stories externally, like skills. Teams are really, really great at that. And firms, the Financial Times, Innovative Lawyer, Iltacon. However, internally, it's really difficult. I'm talking today to a crowd of knowledge management. You all know how difficult it is to disperse knowledge internally. But many saw that as the biggest challenge. And it is indeed, if you have proven that something works, if you've de-risked it, and other litigation groups in the firm can use it as well, that's where you really can make a difference and in like the return on investment from your innovation efforts. Then the management is a process as a whole. Innovation is a value chain. So your weakest link will determine your overall outcomes. If you don't track, you don't know where you fall apart. Success rates were claimed of 90%, which is highly unlikely unless the law profession knows something that none of the other professions know. So we dug it a little bit deeper, and then we learned that a firm, for instance, they started 40 projects, and at the end of the year, they had 10 projects. They had 12 projects. 10 projects never got off the ground, and of the other 18, they disappeared off the radar screen. Still a success rate of 25%, still very impressive, compared to like industry practices, which are usually around 10%. But yeah, if you want to improve your innovation process, measure all these, track all your projects and see where they fall off the radar screen and why, so you can improve your process. Then two other aspects I would like to highlight, and the report has many more. One is management of the budget. And I think Kevin mentioned that partly as well. There are no centralized budgets in law firms, and that's very different from if you read anything about innovation, the literature, there's typically a centralized budget that can be pushed down. The funding of the projects happens per practice groups, and many projects even start without a funding. Again, there's many best practices that won't cost you anything. And it starts with just not spending, like not using annual budget for your innovation, because that means that at the start of 2020, you had budgeted for all kinds of projects, but as soon as the pandemic hit, most of them probably were no longer feasible. So how are you then going to cancel projects and start new ones? So if you instead budget per quarterly and use milestone-driven planning, so you don't give a project all the funding, but only to reach certain milestones, that works much better. And offer early stage teams support. Managing of the innovation teams. I'm giving a strict timeline, so I may skip over this, but again, it gets back to that senior partner. If they're really close and very important to the success of your innovation projects, make sure they're on there. And another great opportunity is to combine innovation management of innovation processes and training. To conclude, it's much easier to spend on innovation than to create a financial return. Innovation management is like a must-have to create a positive return on investment, and there is not really one best way to do so. We've defined in our study 4 different maturity levels, and depending on the maturity level, we suggest different management practices. But regardless, one tip: start tracking your projects, and it does not have to be that complicated. An Excel sheet probably already will really make a big difference. Yeah, I wanted to make a quick call to action, if I may, but let's take questions first, and I'll put my call to action out in the chat. So because I see that I stopped sharing.
Flora, there's a request from the chat. If you can provide the report. This is Lucy.
Yes.
I'll moderate the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would appreciate it. I'll put it in the.
Yes. Where can people access your report, I think is a question.
Yes, and I'll put that right now in the chat. So the report can be, that's the link to the report, and we also are, this was the first part of our research, and we are trying to develop a Fitbit for innovation team, so that makes the tracking and tracing really much easier, and then develop predictive analytics. So we are having a call to action for teams to participate, so we can give free support for up to 4 months, again, thanks to the generous funding of our research. So.
All right, welcome everyone to part 2 of the Showcase Shark Talks. This one will be focused, we have 3 related sessions around experience management and the data. I will hop back in after each one for questions, and then there'll be again a breakout room at the end. So. And we need to have that started. Great.
Hi, this is Rachel Shields-Williams.
And this is Kate Kane. And today we're talking about knowing your audience.
360-degree views without 360 by 360 fields.
When the concept of experience management was first introduced back at Sidley, it started within the marketing department. But today's story is about what happened next, transforming that success into a global resource that could support the full breadth of the firm, a resource that would allow lawyers to quickly answer the big questions and still put the tiniest of details at their fingertips. It was time to engage the lawyers in both the process and the platform.
Of course, engaging lawyers in innovation initiatives is tricky business, especially when it comes to asking for their input on specific topics or technologies. Avoid asking for lawyer input, and you risk missing critical details that could mean the difference between resounding success and a train wreck in the making. Ask, and you could face a wall of indifference that stalls everything indefinitely. Or, and perhaps this is worse, you are overwhelmed with unbridled enthusiasm that distorts expectations and triggers an acute case of analysis paralysis.
But our team was able to successfully cross over and engage directly with lawyers and practice leaders and ultimately deliver results. And we did this by engaging the right people at the right time and asking the right questions. So this is our story.
We started with a number of puzzle pieces in place. We had the right technology with foundation. By incubating the solution within the marketing department, we assembled a critical mass of content within the system. We leveraged this content to build credibility each time we provided information to the lawyers and practice leaders. And we generated awareness and curiosity among interested groups of lawyers through presentations at formal and informal practice meetings.
And we committed to 2 critical data principles from the very start. When it came to defining what information would be captured, what to call it, and where to put it, there would be exactly 1 home to capture a given concept and exactly 1 definition for a given term or value. This sounds simple, but building a standard vocabulary and structure that could cross practices, offices, and continents was by far our biggest challenge.
In 2019, we shifted our approach to methodically targeting 1 practice at a time. We knew this approach would be more labor intensive and take longer than a more traditional technology rollout. However, we believed that it would pay off in terms of lawyer engagement and overall impact in the long run. Over the course of a year, we worked with 3 specific practices that encompassed transactional, regulatory, and counseling work. Through this process, we redefined how we introduced the system to provide the context the lawyers needed to understand what was being asked of them. We perfected how to present the content in a format that was easy for the lawyers to review and to contribute, as well as easy for our team to consolidate and apply. And along the way, we built a coalition of lawyers who were well acquainted with the system, and by virtue of being a part of the teams representing their groups, were invested in the success of the effort.
So applying what we learned from that first wave of practices, we established a good old-fashioned PMBOK style project plan. As we approached each new group, we refined the plan by highlighting the options that applied to them and dropping the items that weren't relevant. For the lawyers, the experience felt tailored to the specific needs and priorities for their group. But for our team, it was nearly plug and play and repeatable from one group to the next.
The initiation stage focused on bringing the cast of characters together. We introduced the practice leaders to the process. We confirmed their goals, objectives, and specific priorities. When we assembled a core team to represent the group and to set expectations regarding their role and ours. And I can't underscore enough how important it was to be crystal clear on those expectations from the start. The practice team was asked to contribute their ideas and subject matter expertise regarding the terms and concepts that were relevant to their areas. And it was our job as the technologists to figure out how to incorporate those terms and concepts into the platform. We constantly reminded the groups, don't worry about what the form or the field will look like. Talk to us about the concept and how it's used and why it's relevant. And we'll figure out the best home for your ideas and make it work.
In the planning stage, we built out the project materials, the charter, review worksheets, assumptions, roles, responsibilities, and so on. Informed by the group's goals and priorities, we determined the specific approach that would work best for that team, be that focus groups, interactive workshops, individual interviews, or a combination of all. Putting the extra effort into documenting each of these elements now, before we got into the weeds, made it possible to build momentum to carry the effort through its final stages.
Now we're in the weeds with the development stage, and this is the tricky part. As the lawyers become more enmeshed in the details of reviewing lists and terms and values, it was easy to get lost in the trees and lose sight of the forest altogether. Our job as facilitators was to find the right balance. Balance the lawyer's interest in minute detail with the practical reality of how people really work. Balance the lawyer's desire for perfection with the need to make incremental and meaningful progress. Balance the specific perspective of one group with the mandate to support the entire firm. We were able to do this in large part because of the expectations, roles, and responsibilities that were established at the start and reinforced at every turn.
And although the execution stage was the most visible for the lawyers, it was by far the easiest. The groundwork for launching the platform to the broader group had already been laid, and the practice leaders and core team were our enthusiastic spokespeople.
At this point, we've completed this exercise with 8 of our 15 global practice groups. Today, more than 1,000 lawyers leverage Foundation on a regular basis. Lawyers from every practice and every office across the globe. Foundation feeds data into the firm's enterprise search platform. In addition, the platform is an integral part of the firm's marketing, business development, pricing and recruiting, diversity and knowledge management efforts, to just name a few. And our journey continues as we work our way through each practice group and building on the momentum of 2020.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Rachel. Great to see both of you. There's a simple question from John Kraska, Head of Innovation at CMS, and probably only the time for this one. What is the tool or tech that you implemented? You mentioned experience management. What does it do? What problem did it solve?
Sure. So it was Foundation, and full disclosure, that's where I am now. So worked with Rachel for quite a while. And the problem it solves is everything along the life cycle, everything from recognition, business development efforts, supporting the actual practice, being able to find representative documents, that internal expert, and so on. So it actually touches, at least at Sidley, it touches every single step along that client lifecycle.
Great, thanks. I think that's all the time we have. So next one.
Hello, and welcome to Experience Management Done Right. I'm Lynn Oser of LKO Information Management Consulting, LLC, and today I'll be walking you through some best practices and highlighting common traps associated with experience management projects. Experience management tools are quickly becoming must-haves in law firms. They provide a variety of benefits to a wide range of groups within your firm by helping to improve business development, practice management, expertise location, budgeting, pricing, and knowledge management. When done right, experience tools bring together information about clients, matters, internal experts, and outside parties with whom you work, making the information fully searchable and reportable. They take information currently stored and managed in siloed systems and bring it together to provide insights that the siloed systems do not. For example, you can search for M&A transaction deals with a transaction value of over $1 million where the client is in the pharmaceutical industry and headquartered in a particular location and the responsible partner is in the New York office. In addition to helping with management of experience data, some tools have built-in workflows to streamline the data augmentation process, allowing you to automate the capture of data at various trigger points during the life cycle of a matter. They help to improve existing business processes like proposal generation and RFP response by reducing turnaround time and the need for multi-hour contribution from partners and other timekeepers. In addition, they help manage client and matter availability by storing and surfacing client consents, ensuring you don't inadvertently disclose information against your client's wishes. These tools give you visibility into and understanding of your existing business while providing a mechanism to highlight opportunities for growth. Unfortunately, getting it right isn't always as easy as the vendors make it seem. A successful experience management project needs to begin well before you implement a tool. The work you do up front will save a lot of pain and rework down the road. First, gain an understanding of your firm's real needs. Collaborate with every group to uncover their use cases and possible contribution. Do they have challenges in connecting data from various systems? Do they play a role in managing data? Do they have insights into the capture or potential reuse of the data? By asking these questions up front, you are able to use the interview process to gain support for the project by listening to group challenges and gaining an understanding of each team's business processes. Data analysis plays an equally important role in your due diligence and requirements capture process. Like with any project that makes data more accessible, experience projects shine a light on bad data, gaps, and inconsistencies. Unfortunately, data issues can undermine the effectiveness and adoption of the tool. Understanding your data challenges and developing strategies to mitigate them will set you up for success. Leverage these expanded requirements to select a system that aligns with your broad firm needs, that will grow with you, and that you are able to easily adapt over time as your needs change. Choosing a tool that allows you to be nimble in your configuration without additional vendor involvement can save you money and headaches. Aggregation of data can be a challenge, not only on the technical side, including building and supporting integrations, but on the business side as well. Before embarking on integrations, endeavor to truly understand the benefits and the challenges of using your existing data. Review existing systems to understand what your firm already manages. Try not to reinvent the wheel. Assess the options for each data point associated with experience. Is the data already available? What is the best source? Is it accurate? Is it well managed? Create a firm-wide taxonomy or data language with unique identifiers that allow you to tie the data together. Client matter numbers, industry codes, timekeeper numbers, etc. Focus on global data points, matter types, industries, related party roles that may be managed in a variety of systems. Create governance around the taxonomy and define clear ownership for the data. Identify cleanup projects to harmonize the data and fill gaps in source systems. Socialize the effort and gain buy-in to dedicate the necessary resources to ensure data integrity. Doing this work up front will pay great dividends and help ensure the success of your experience management project. Work together. I cannot stress this enough. Experience management is truly a firm-wide project. Everyone and every group has a role to play, whether they are supplying data passively via integrations or using the system to mine the data. They should have a vested interest in being a part of the project. Talk to every administrative team that manages data. Share use cases from other groups to spark discussion and help uncover hidden needs and requirements. Answer, what's in it for them? Let them know you value their contribution. Facilitate their involvement, whether by identifying cleanup projects, supporting data security needs, or improving reporting. They need your help to understand the benefits and why you need their help. Keep everyone informed. In large projects, things change along the way. Set clear expectations and timelines at the onset, but don't be afraid to adjust as unexpected circumstances arise. If everyone is well informed along the way, you'll increase your chances of success. Lastly, do your best to avoid the common traps. As with any large project, experience projects can have their share of bumps and unanticipated roadblocks. Focusing on data quality and collaboration with other teams up front will help minimize these obstacles. In addition, don't overcomplicate your configuration. Keep it simple to the extent you are able. Harmonize your data and create a taxonomy that supports your use cases without creating a system that is siloed, overly complex, or onerous to maintain. Select the right tool set to meet your needs and keep your profiles and fields as streamlined as possible. Use the information you gather through your collective and collaborative efforts to bring alive experience management system that gives you the most bang for your buck. I hope this presentation has given you some insight into experience done right. Thank you for your time.
Lynn, thank you. We have time for one question, and I'm not seeing any right now in the chat, so I put some together. I think something that a lot of people struggle with are how much do lawyers need to be involved, right? At the beginning, in the middle, and as you go on.
Yeah, so I think in general, if you're working with KM teams and marketing teams, they, at the onset, have some idea of what the lawyers are trying to get to, through the services they provide to those lawyers. My recommendation is to engage the lawyers at the end of the requirement and use case process. Once you have some examples of taxonomy, some examples of the profiles and the data you'd be wanting to capture for them, and then have them validate. It's always easier to work with lawyers when they're reacting to something than when you give them a broad, open question. What do you want to know about your matters, right? Then that's when you end up with the 360 by 360 fields.
Right, that makes sense. And then, great. I think we are going to move to the next video. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and answering the question. And
thanks.
We'll cue this up.
One. Hi, my name is Kelly Harbour, and I am the Director of Client Relations and Innovation at Goulston & Storrs. I am also the Director of Member Engagement for the Sally Alliance.
And I'm Meg Evans. I'm the Director of Knowledge Management and Research Services, and welcome to Cracking the Dirty Data Problem. So as an organization, we had a growing need for data to make more informed decisions. However, we recognized there were limitations in how we currently classified, captured, and stored that information. It was important to us that we had confidence in the data and we were consistent in the coding if we were going to be making strategic decisions or extracting information from experience, pricing, and knowledge management. While we recognized that we needed to revisit our current approach on how we classify data, the idea of starting from scratch was very daunting.
And as we were looking for a solution, the Sally Alliance had started to gain some more buzz in the industry. For those of you who aren't familiar, Sally stands for the Standards Advancement for the Legal Industry. It was founded in 2017 and is an independent organization of law firms, companies, solution providers, industry organizations, and academics focused on developing open practical standards for the legal industry. Now, we could spend a whole 7 minutes on just why standardization is good for the industry, but in this instance, as Meg alluded to, we were looking for something that would allow us to leapfrog the process of creating something bespoke. And the Sally Legal Matter Specification Standard worked for most of our matters, and our being a member in the organization allows us to contribute what we believe is missing. The key is that it allows you to describe the legal process or service being provided from advisory, bankruptcy, dispute, transaction, or regulatory, and the area of law objectively. So it's not about who opens the matter or how your practice areas are named. Most firms are good at capturing some of this information, but typically not in separate fields and not where each level of coding is consistent. We have found it to be an extraordinary think tank and a really robust set of data to draw upon.
So as Kelly mentioned, Sally provided us with a really broad framework to start from, but we needed to start with identifying the key fields for capture in phase one. Essentially, we prioritized the fields about clients and matters that would have the most impact on the organization. So for a client, we certainly wanted to know the industry and what type of company it is. And for a matter, we certainly wanted to know what kind of work it was and what the area of law was, what its area of law was. So we took these most important fields and implemented them in our phase one, which means that we started to capture this information at the start of an engagement.
And as Meg mentioned, we, for this project, wanted to increase the accuracy and completeness of the data. And when the responsibility for capturing that data is distributed across hundreds of attorneys and legal administrative assistants, we've seen the outcome there. The problem is these folks are trying to get a matter open for billing first and foremost. What we need from the data is so far removed from their goal in that moment that I have found both at Goulston & Storrs and other law firms is that there's a lack of information being passed to the assistant about what the work truly is. And there can be differences of opinion about how a matter might be coded, particularly if it's a large matter that will involve attorneys from multiple disciplines and multiple legal deliverables. So our solution was to hire a super smart, detail-focused KM and data specialist to apply the codes to each matter. We took the coding out of the hands of the people who don't care and aren't inclined to spend time thinking about it. What we asked of them instead, and what we've largely received, are more detailed descriptions of the work. So no more general matters. And that's been really successful. And those improved descriptions right out of the gate have helped a whole bunch of us in business operations in terms of proposals and experience and chamber submissions and things like that. And an interdisciplinary team consisting of me, Meg, our Chief Value Officer, our Manager of Business Intake and Conflicts, our KM and Data Specialist. We meet once a week to review the codes being applied to all new matters. And we discuss any that aren't straightforward and come to consensus before moving on. It is resource intensive for sure, but it's so incredibly important to get this right at the outset because of all of the downstream implications of how the data is being coded.
So equally important is our ability to access this data. So we needed to collect it at the right point in time, share the data between systems, and utilize it for analysis, reporting, extraction. So we worked collaboratively with our ID department and our vendors to ensure that the data structure worked within our own applications. For both new technologies that were being implemented and existing services, we partnered with vendors such as Intap, Adirant, and Big Square to make sure that they could support the Sally's data structure within their systems so that we could use them throughout, we'd have a consistent approach to use throughout all of our different systems.
So what are some of the key takeaways from our project here? Number one, there's no silver bullet. Our process is intentionally resource intensive upstream, again, so that we can benefit from knowing that we have really pristine data that's foundational to the type of work and the types of clients that we have. Number two, the Sally legal matter specification standard gave us a huge boost in terms of the way the codes are structured, the fact that it was so workable out of the box for the type of work that we do, and we've been able to add to it as we go. And finally, collaboration is key. This process doesn't work without the cooperation of all of the stakeholders, from the attorneys to the assistants to all of the business operations teams playing their roles. And that is how we cracked the dirty data problem.
Great. Kelly, Meg, thank you. Interesting. Anyone in the audience, we do have a couple minutes for questions. I will ask one of my own. Do you think there's some kind of luck that Goulston & Storrs can use Sally? I mean, you just happen to have a practice mix and are at a scale where it works for you? Or do you think Sally codes would work for much larger and different firms as well.
I'll start. So, Sally is the LMSS is not, it's not entirely complete, but it's pretty, we're mostly a general business to business law firm. And, again, I feel like what was there, 90% or so of our matters were covered. And as members, we're informing how it continues to evolve and be built out.
Great, thanks. So Catherine Monty asks, and I think this is really maybe it's the same question, is there enough detail for the classification, or is it a flexible model where you can start with what they have and then add nodes to match your business and practice?
Yeah, it's definitely a flexible model. I mean, I think what we were working with from the standard is very detailed, and really you have flexibility based on the hierarchy to really get into a more granular detail for all the individual matters. But, depending on how you implement it in your systems, certainly you may have the opportunity to add on to it. But I also think that Sally is really receptive to feedback, and we've had the opportunity to make suggestions or engage in those conversations that help expand the standard.
Well, the way, Meg, when you say that, I can't resist asking, should this be open sourced, or is that a competitive issue? Meaning if you say to Sally, you really need these 10 codes for the life sciences to get more granularity, should that be available to everyone?
So the code set already is open source. Anyone can access it. It's
right,
really
your contributions back could also go into the open source.
Agreed. And I don't think there's certainly no rule against making suggestions about expanding the standard. But the idea is that the group of members are doing at the macro level what we're doing at the firm, which is coming to consensus on, is this truly not something that's covered by another code?
Right, code proliferation is an issue. So there's a question from David Kamian. Do you update codes by running natural language processing on matter-related documents? To me, I love that question, but it feels a little bit like the Holy Grail.
We're not there yet.
Not there yet. I did talk to someone who's on this call at a firm who's doing something like that. And Toby Brown says in the chat, for those of you who are not looking at that, his firm, Perkins Coie, is trying that. Sorry, and Stacy Rushing asked, and then let's make this the last question. How does it, and I'm just reading verbatim, how does a KM or data science person get the matter info to create the description and apply the coding for matters that don't have an opening document? For example, a pleading, right? So there's a classification question.
So right now, we are really focused on this just client matter data and not applying it to individual documents. But certainly that's something to look forward to.
Right, that would be an inheritance, right? Parent, child, and the document's a child, so it should just inherit. All right, well, it's very exciting. I'm glad Toby, who is key in finding this, was on. She meant the matter data, but I think it's the same. Yeah, this is one of the challenges of multitasking. I can't none of us can real-time translate, but this was very, very interesting. I'm excited to see you using Sally. Thank you so much for sharing that, and good luck with the project. And Stephanie, if we can go to the breakout room. Everyone, please remember, unmute yourself and join the breakout room and then vote after.
Are you guys ready to vote? We're going to do a quick voting as soon as everyone is back from the breakout rooms. And then we're going to take actually 20 minutes break for lunch if you're in the US, dinner if you are in Mark Ford's land, or early lunch, breakfast if you're in Jeff Rovner's place.
At least the real challenge is implementation. It was continually.
We hear you with the real challenge. So thank you. And by the way, Jeff Rovner is also Liam Brown and Tom Baldwin and other people live in that part of the world. So it's good to see you all. Please vote. We're getting a little faster. Amy is also there, I think. It's somehow we got all the Californians on the screen now. Wouldn't be an interesting feature if they can order things based on time zone.
I keep waiting for the Brad Pitt filter, but alas, it's not happening. So I'm out of luck.
Almost there. So how do I go to Shindig for my lunch?
Right, so it's only 20 minutes, but we will have Shindig back afterwards. We will leave the chat open. The only thing you need to know is that it is being broadcasted to YouTube, and you have about still 60-something fans who are watching us during lunch break. So feel free to talk, whatever you want to share with the world. We've got almost everyone voted, but not everyone. So we're going to leave it open for a few more seconds for 2, 3, 2, 1, kaboom. And we're going to end polling, and we're going to share results with this one. Close, very close among the first two, and overwhelming interest in the third one. So again, we're going to collect all those numbers at the end of the day, and we're going to announce the most wanted presentation. And with that, we're officially now on lunch break. You could unmute yourself and say whatever you want.
Or mute yourself so nobody hears you chewing.
I have a question. Is my background backwards? Does it say Mind Alliance mirror image?
Yes, it's backwards.
It's not backwards.
No, it looks fine.
Not backwards. That's mean. Brown man.
Perfect.
It's fine now.
Now it's flipped back on. It was backwards when we were watching you on the side. Now it's flipped back.
What is Norb Riem?
I beg your pardon?
Norb Riem.
So Mo, are we suggesting that David may be living in a quantum universe and his state just keeps changing?
Yes.
Amal's at Norb Riem. Something, I don't know what the name of that company is.
Okay.
Hey, Mark Ford.
Nice try, Patrick.
Mark Ford, if you're actually in that barrel room, I'm very envious.
If only I was. It's where I call it my happy place. It's where I want to be.
So I do want to get your attention to a new feature in Zoom that doesn't work on Shindig. Zoom can tell your true self in terms of your personality. If you ever was wondering, you could test it.
It's not working. It must be beta.
No.
Beta version.
Jeff Rovner is a master of Zoom costuming.
So we do have a colleague.
Tim has Bernie memed in the background, and I was like, "You are really on point."
Yes.
You do need to be careful if you share your Zoom account with your kids and then you come in. Sometimes if you don't, you might find yourself in trouble. So.
That's how I answered a call with Jeremy Coleman, who obviously from Norton Rose. I had a pair of skiing goggles on when he appeared, and I was desperately trying to work out how to get rid of them.
Yours wasn't kosher.
No, the Tom Baldwin one I like the most.
I like that one too.
Caroline, your computer works fine, and
I was about to message. Yeah, that's fine. You can hear me, okay? Okay.
It's funny how we are no different in my case, well, in Oz's case, in our 50s, to the way that in my case, our teenage daughters or our teenage kids are when it comes to playing with these filters.
Liam, I found that whenever you put a group of people together, we always get back into 5th grade.
Yes. Yes.
It's like that's the last time we really matured socially, emotionally, and we always go back to that place. Mm-hmm. It's about attention and about being liked, and so.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I know it's the lunch break and I desperately want to go and get my lunch, but I'm worried that if I go and get my lunch that no one will let me sit with them when I come back.
Just make sure you bring enough stuff to share, then then you bring dessert for everyone.
You need the good cookies.
Liam, some years ago, I negotiated a deal with a bunch of Irish lawyers,
And my co-counsel said to me afterwards, you know, the argument they're having is the same argument they had in 4th grade.
It's true.
Which was what?
Sorry, I was off video. I didn't realize that. I don't know what they were arguing about, but the ferocity with which they were arguing a very difficult legal point apparently had its origin on a playground in an Irish school when they were in the 4th grade. And they kept at it their entire careers.
Well, if you've known, I don't know if any of you live anywhere near or work with people work with people for a long time. And I'd like to say that I've grown beyond this as I've gotten older, but I actually can carry a grudge for a long time. So there are people that, you know, that 20 years ago said something, did something that I admit that, you know, that if you get me in a conference room with them, you know, I can be as intransigent as my 13-year-old self ever was. So
that's why all of us have learned to be very careful, Liam, when we're negotiating with you.
So people in transition, or people who just recently started a new job, do you want to tell us something about your new job or what you're looking for?
Are you trying to see if they want to come to you, Oz, in case they're not happy?
Yeah, no, that goes without saying. But no, this is a public service moment, not about me. I mean, I think everyone knows we're still hiring. We're still looking for 2 more knowledge practice innovation managers and an M&A knowledge lawyer, and a few other roles. But no, this is people who just want to use the stage for a minute to tell us.
Well, I'll take the opportunity, Oz, if you don't mind. This is Catherine Lowry at Baker Hostetler. I'm the Director of Practice Services and Head of Incubator. We are looking for a legal process engineer, likely to have a JD, work with technology, help consult with clients as well as internally at the firm. So if anybody's interested or know of anyone, please let me know. Very excited to join you to our dedicated and funded team for those initiatives.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. And I forgot, before Andrew Baker kills me, we're looking both for a data architect and for a data scientist as well. So,
hey Catherine, I'm curious, I'm not looking, but what are the qualifications you're seeking in that role? I mean, it seems like it's a pretty rare species.
It's really not. I think, you know, most KM innovation team members would be great qualified. I would say those that have worked on legal operations teams with law departments. Sorry for my voice, not feeling terribly well today, but legal ops is a really key initiative for us. We align quite well with them in Incubator. We help support them in process mapping and integration of solutions into their tech stack. So if they've worked on a legal ops team, that's even better. KM, data-driven team members in operational roles at firms too would qualify. Really looking for someone with, consulting experience to boot, if they have that, client face forward speaking, as well as, maybe 5 years inside of law firms or in a law department. We have found some great people that have joined us to play this role for us, and they have come working from large information vendors. We've seen some great candidates there. So we're actively recruiting, interviewing a lot of great talent right now, but if anyone's interested, I'd love to see more.
So Catherine, it sounds like you're looking for that common unicorn that everybody is looking for. But I love what you said about having somebody who might have been in-house and in a legal ops role. Those are still evolving and forming, but I think voice of the customer is so desperately needed in law firms. Real no BS voice of the customer. Here's what we need in-house, right? Here's what we say, but here's what we need, like that translator. So I love that you have that on your list of unicorn traits. And I think partners in-house, law firms will listen, or lawyers will listen more if somebody can come at it with a, hey, I've been in-house, let me, because there's a huge disconnect between, law firm lawyers and in-house lawyers and just how they communicate.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think
from a law department standpoint, the technology they use is similar to law firms, but it is different.
It's different, yeah.
Yeah, so having a good, steep of experience in all the different, players, maybe working closely with procurement, which is outside of the law department, right? Those are some things that I think would also contribute to the team and dovetail in quite nicely with the work that we're doing.
Yeah.
Catherine, what location are you looking for yours? And is it open to kind of anywhere nationwide, or are you looking for somewhere in particular?
Yeah, Baker Hostetler is one of the largest domestic only firms still. We are not international, so I'd say it'd have to be in the States. It preferably be in a state that we operate in. But because of the virtual nature of what has happened and the impact of COVID, I do feel very comfortable that we could keep this virtual position, at least one that we would consider for the right candidate.
Oh, I'll reach out to you. So for those of you who I haven't met, I have a new job here. I work for O's. I'm the Director of Practice Innovation at Simpson. And two of the positions that we're looking for sounds a lot like the description that you're describing, except that I do have a huge stack of resumes where I saw some really great talent, but they just didn't fit oftentimes for location. So I can reach out to you separately and maybe
that would be great. I will instant message you my email if that's okay.
Sounds good. Yep.
Thanks, Kay.
I think that's a really great thing to hear, Catherine, that firms are looking at this virtual reality in a bigger way. I'm hoping that that's the way the world continues to go, not just for firms, but for companies in general. But we're gonna find out, right, when we get the chance to go back.
Well, let me just say clearly, it's not a firm-wide, we're moving towards that 100%, but I think there's given greater consideration for the right candidate. Could we make that happen? It's easier if they're in a location, at least a state where we already do taxes. Let's be fair about that. But it's certainly an uphill challenge, I think, for our entire industry, just how conservative we've been, but our successful ability to work remotely through COVID, I think, has been a very good testament, and one that, we will try to go to bat for in seeing if we can't get the right talent, if it means a virtual position. So hopeful, but certainly want to disclaim it's not 100%. And, when we are expecting to go back to our offices, and most of our staff is expected to go back. But with, some exceptions, as I think have been brought about only because of the pandemic. Yeah.
Look at all this collaboration. Everyone watching on YouTube is going to see this super collaborative legal community of knowledge and information, technology. One of the things that I think is I wonder if other people are starting to, or seeing this, which is we are competing more and more and more for talent, or the right way of saying this. I feel less competition for talent amongst us all, but I am feeling the competition for talent with other areas outside of legal. I've had to spend more time personally talking to candidates about how exciting legal is, which I realize you're all probably all, laughing. So anyway, but I really have had to get much more, invest a lot more in storytelling about, look, we're really working on really interesting projects, and they really have, material impact to the business and I believe, and to society generally. I don't know, are other people finding that they're having to cast a wider net to get people from beyond our traditional legal technology sources to to bring people in and compete for talent with other functions, if I can use that term?
Liam, I'll start, because yes, absolutely, and especially when we are looking for our data steward position. We have in-house digital innovation and data science manager, and we needed some data stewards to report to him. And boy, many of the resumes came from outside of legal. So, it was really, really interesting for us how we even kind of parsed through that, what would make a right candidate. But I do think when we're talking about, data architects, data stewards of that nature, it's going to be critically important that we find the right candidates. And most likely, I would say they may not be in legal, depending on what you want them to do. Anybody else?
Yeah, just to add to that, I'm from Brazil, and here we have to find people out of legal because it's not structured professions outside in law firms. So we're basically law firms made of lawyers and staff, like not professional developed like you have in the US. So we don't even have knowledge management as a practice, like something that law firms do. So I'm glad that I speak English and I can attend these conferences in other jurisdictions, and thank us for inviting me. But that's it. So I was just talking to my team yesterday. I have a knowledge and innovation team, and we were just talking about when people go out of our firm, they just don't go to other law firms. They go to other kinds of companies. So for us, it's a whole other. We're just figuring out with my marketing team how to put things on LinkedIn to find people to be wanting to work in the legal sector. People we hired just recently a data analyst for our KM team, and it was really hard to find. So for us, it's listening to you and seeing like something extra that you add, maybe looking for outside of legal. And for me personally, it's not even, I don't even imagine finding someone from legal. So just adding that to the mix.
Hey folks, Patrick DiDomenico here. We're looking for someone to help us, a SharePoint developer, to help us with a brand new intranet that we'll be building. Very exciting. We'll be working with Fireman and Company as consultants, and we're going from an much older version of our intranet on I think SharePoint 2010 to SharePoint Online. So we're going to do some really interesting things. So if anybody knows of a SharePoint developer, inside or outside the law, doesn't matter, I suppose.
And Patrick, are you going SharePoint Online?
Yeah, yep, SharePoint Online. We're going to be using, so we're a NetDoc shop also, so we're going to be using NetDocument. NetDocuments has recently partnered with BA Insight. So they have a product called Net Knowledge, which some of you might know about. So it's basically the BA Insights search technology married with NetDocs, and then they have connectors into other systems. So we'll be using that to connect to Aderant and our HR system and those types of things. But we also need, of course, a great SharePoint developer. We're going to start with one dedicated, and we'll probably hire a second a little bit farther down the line as we get into it. We're just about to kick off the project, so we're looking to hire someone relatively soon.
Patrick, are you looking geographically? Like, do you want someone in a particular state?
We are agnostic geographically, I guess.
Okay. I might have some people to send you.
Awesome, thank you. Hey, the one other thing I'd like to say, because it's a little bit broader on an innovation scale as a personal thing, that I really have been enjoying working with legal startups. I advise to a handful of legal startups. And I tell you, that really gives me a lot of insight into some really interesting aspects of the legal market. I feel really fortunate to do it. You know, I work with Legalmation. I work with Time by Ping, which is the time recording company. Recently started working with Patent Pal. So it's a really interesting perspective. If you have the opportunity to do it, I'd highly recommend it. And also check out those companies as well. If there's others out there who are looking for the sort of guidance I can bring,
Thank you.
It's really interesting. Thanks.
Thank you. And we are back. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank
Thank you. Yes, hi. Well, I hope you all made yourself a lovely buffet conference lunch. It's not so bad having the after lunch slot. It's a real honour to talk to you today about my thoughts on the biggest legal tech innovations and developments of 2020. I'd like to say a massive thank you to the Skills team, particularly Oz and Ron, on expanding this session out to the public for the first time. And I think this is I think you've done a brilliant job, and this is properly interactive. And I think this is a demonstration of how COVID has helped not just to survive, but us to actually thrive by using technology. So just a few thoughts before I launch into the weeds. You don't need me to tell you that 2020 was both the best and the worst of times. We certainly can't be seen to be celebrating 2020, but from a tech perspective, what it did was, as we all know, it took manual, old-fashioned, impractical, but very difficult to dislodge practices, and it put them through a virtual shredder. Partners who couldn't even read their own emails and had their executive assistant print them off are now doing depositions on Zoom, and their CIOs are wondering what on earth is going on. And IT teams have seen projects that would have taken years potentially accelerated to months, or in some cases even weeks last year. And from a KM perspective, the shift to dispersed working has driven KM ever further up the board agenda. There's a real opportunity, I think, now to question and redefine what the role of KM is within the law firm. I think KM needs to be about delivering digital transformation and delivering information where the fee earner is working. And I'd argue that's already come up during some of the sessions that should always include experience management. Take this off, it's very noisy. And Litera's very recent acquisition of Foundation, which has already been referred to today, I think is a testament to that. If 2020 has shown us anything, it's that I think we have a real opportunity at last to create the practice of the future. And I think KM has an opportunity to lead that charge. So this is going to be a rattle through a lot of different things, and I might not have time. If I don't have time to take questions, I can definitely answer in the chat and on Shindig. I could sit here and talk to you for hours about a bunch of new point solutions from 2020, but I think it was bigger than that. It was about a widespread shift to cloud collaboration sites, cloud technology more generally, a doubling down on Microsoft, and a cultural acceptance of digitization. Just look at e-signatures. DocuSign, I think, is one of the unsung heroes of 2020. And I don't know of one law firm that hasn't at last adopted e-signatures to the fullest extent they can. Regulation in many jurisdictions still lags, actually, and firms, I think, should be putting more pressure on regulators to get up to speed and make the position much clearer for international law firms in particular. So collaboration, obviously, was probably the biggest theme for me, and will be ongoing the biggest theme. So the adoption of cloud collaboration sites such as Zoom and Teams literally saved the day for law firms in 2020. And at the end of last year, I asked a number of CIOs what their tech product of the year was, and you won't be surprised to hear that without exception, it was either Zoom or Teams. In terms of Teams, the bigger picture is the shift, or the planned shift, to Microsoft 365. And I think corporates have been quicker to embrace 365. And I think law firms now need to have a coherent strategy, including an awareness of the inbuilt data analytics capability, which I'll come on to briefly. And Microsoft doesn't build legal solutions, but I do think that the gap between what you get and what you need is getting smaller. Just quickly on Teams a bit more, because I do believe that Teams, which is part of the 365 stack, obviously, it's both the intranet and the extranet potentially of the future. Not everyone here will agree with me. I don't know of one person who will vehemently disagree, but I think that its architecture is designed to be the place where people live, where content can be delivered, where you can access regardless of what device you're using. And it also answers that enduring question that legal organizations have been asking for years, which is what comes next after email, particularly for internal conversations. And one of the last developments in Teams was workflow approval workflow. And I think one question to think about is, what does your client know? Do they know Teams, and where are you both likely to coexist? So I think currently Teams is only being used for a fraction of its full functionality, which is for chat and telephony, not so much the collaboration, which is, there's a risk of it becoming the Wild West, which I think it's often referred to, which is why legal tech vendors such as Prosperoware spent a lot of 2020 talking to law firms about how they deal with their provisioning. Also part of the 365 stack is Project Cortex, which in 2020 was in beta with a limited group of companies, but it will soon be available to all. Cortex, just very briefly, uses AI to analyze content across your 365 platform and form a knowledge network for your organization. And it represents billions of dollars of investment by Microsoft. And the first project last year was SharePoint Syntax, which was available as of October, which you can train to recognize and tag content automatically. You can train it to extract, for example, a contract's value, like whether the expiration date, key terms and conditions. And interestingly, Cortex now also includes the natural language AI GPT-3, which I spent a lot of time writing about last year. It was actually our most read story of last year for some reason, which slightly controversially was licensed exclusively by Microsoft. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens there. AI and data analytics continues inevitably to be one of the biggest themes, but I think in terms of AI, some of the hype and the chatter and the innovation by press release calmed down a bit. 2020 was a bit of a leveler, but in the background, companies like Foundation have been doing some really good work helping law firms clean up their data, break down silos, and extract data from different systems to turn it into more meaningful intelligence. We've seen some in research, there's too much to go into actually, but in terms of analytics, there's been some really interesting developments with Lexis launching Lexis Plus, which includes better natural language search and curated results. And iManage, NetDocuments, and newer companies, much smaller companies like Intellex, have been working with firms to create a layer of analytics on top of the knowledge management system. So looking at how it's being used, whether it's turning up the results that people want or not. And the emphasis, I think, again, in terms of enterprise search last year was on curated, not federated search. So we're now looking at using knowledge graphs much more to provide the information that people need, and it being surfaced in the way that we always use Google, but the way that Google does, so that you don't receive everything that's ever been written, but it's a much more intelligent result that you get back. Unsurprisingly, given all of this, we are seeing continued growth in the hire of data scientists, including at Simpson Thacher, where our very own O's has hired Andrew Baker as director, and I saw Andrew, I think is on the Zoom call. And with the right data collection and analytics, firms can obviously massively improve outcomes and practice. Other themes, so platformization is alive and well across the whole of the tech industry, but within legal tech land as well. I think one of the lead players here last year was Litera, driven by HG. In the last 12 months alone, Litera acquired a whopping 5 companies, and that followed the acquisition of Doxley in 2019. As you know, that Doxley is a transaction management platform, which is now Transact. Transaction management continues to be a hot space. iManage last year acquired closing folders with the ambition to provide a single platform for document and transaction management. And there's already more big news on the horizon for next week. Not necessarily to talk about iManage. Rain and Court, in terms of platforms, just finishing the platformization theme. So Rain and Court, continuing in its bid to become a single platform for legal technology. And in 2020, it received significant investment from Clifford Chance and Latham, plus new investment from Japanese firm Nishimura and Asahi. Rain and Court is met, I think, with, well, from the vendors I speak to, the bigger vendors, sometimes it's met with skepticism, and we haven't seen that much in the way of customer success stories. But actually, last year I interviewed a small startup which has won 2 big international law firms through Rain and Court, and I think one one of its big selling points is that the startups don't have to continuously go through the same onboarding process, which for them their sales cycle is, the law firm sales cycle is a nightmare. And also that from a law firm perspective, it assures them that they've ticked the right security boxes, which is, as we know at the moment, such a high priority. I hope you can hear me for speaking so quickly. Law firm partnerships and transformative projects, I think, were one of the biggest stories for me of 2020. And I think that we've seen some real progress in law firms really leading the way, actually, in putting together end-to-end solutions that involve vendor, client, and law firm. I think so, and one of the areas I think where we've seen some of the most progress is with LIBOR repapering, and everyone is so over LIBOR. Like we think that there's an assumption it's been taken care of, and that we've talked about it so much, but actually that's really not the case. And one of the firms that really jumped out for me in 2020 was Paul Hastings, which was recognised as Innovator of the Year by ILTA, I think quite fairly. And in large part, that's to do with the repapering work that it's doing, underpinned by Brighter, which is no-code platform Brighter. In terms of other partnerships, another example that really jumped out for me last year was Allen & Overy and Avoca and the Loan Market Association. So they're automating parts of the documentation process for loans. In terms of law firms still struggle, though, to deliver tech-led services because obviously you're up against the billable hour. So one of the areas of progress I think we saw last year and will continue to see is the growth of ALSPs, where you can sort of be freer to leverage tech. And one of the big examples for me, I think one of my best examples is Reed Smith's Gravity Stack, which in 2020, it launched a natural language processing based contract review solution and a very cool relativity translator app. If you haven't looked at it, I recommend you do if you're involved in that world. And DWF, which is the only firm listed on the London Stock Exchange, it in March 2020 acquired legal services firm Mindcrest, which has a big presence in India. And last year, the half year, DWF unveiled its half year 21 results, and they're over 15% increase in turnover. And that was in large part thanks to its managed services division. And I think just as the last point on this particular, but we're not talking about this particular bit, I think that it's worth noting that DWF is really leveraging fixed fee retainers where you're working really in partnership with the client. And I think that we've started to see more of that and we'll continue to see hopefully more of that, where tech can actually really work to the benefit of both parties. And I'd just like to give a shout out to Perkins Coie, and I know Toby's here from Perkins, which has done some great work in that sense with Microsoft, really working hand in hand in a partnership, not that kind of slightly combative way that a lot of law firms do. Perkins was given an award by Microsoft last year for its best performing firm in terms of diversity. And given what happened last year, I think diversity is something to be celebrated. So I'd just like to give them a shout out. Running in the background to all of these developments in the US has been the really exciting news that Utah, California, and Arizona have begun paving the way for deregulation to allow alternative legal business models in the way that we have in the UK. Sadly, for some, not so much for others. New York has said no for the time being. I spotlighted my video. Oh, sorry. New York has said no. There's a working group that said for now they're going to watch what they call cautionary tales, and I think I thought I'd frozen before any decisions are taken. The Big Four, thanks to deregulation in the UK, the Big Four continue to grow apace. There's been some big names hires, such as Deloitte have hired Emily Foge from Luminance. And at this conference last year, you decided the Big Four, a friend not foe, but I wouldn't be so sure. How am I doing for time? How am I doing for time?
I'm sorry, we are out of time, so we're going to have to end with the question, friend or foe. Thank you so much. Don't have time for questions, but you gave us so much information. So please put those questions in the chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry I ran late.
Them. And we're going to move to our next video, to be or not to be an early adopter, from Nikki Shaver and Travis Leon.
Today we're going to be talking about the adoption of new technology in legal. Is it good to be one of the first? Why do people hold back? To start off with, when it comes to technology, many firms shy away from being first. Travis and Nikki have been working together for a number of years, previously on XREF. Now, Paul Hastings have been one of the first firms to join the Jigsaw Consortium. So to give a bit of context there, Jigsaw is a visualization tool which allows lawyers to represent and explain information and ideas in a visual format, so with attractive diagrams. So Travis, you've worked in legal tech for the last decade. What are some of the notable changes that you've seen in the industry from a vendor perspective?
I got into the legal tech game in 2010. So I was a lawyer previously. Back then, I mean, it was tough. There were a few knowledge managers knocking around, often part of the library team. For me, trying to introduce new technology that actually changed the way lawyers work, I mean, sometimes it was like banging my head against a brick wall. Frequently, doing something new and different was viewed as more of a risk than an opportunity. And ironically, I think the backdrop to the financial crisis was a real benefit for the legal industry. And it was a big driver for this change in attitudes, because clients were scrutinizing invoices and narratives in an effort to cut costs. And the so-called easy billable hour, where many firms and partners just charged whatever they wanted, that started to dwindle. So law firms are they're seeing the value in marketing their efforts to modernize, because they can see that it's actually a potential driver of revenue as well as saving costs.
And Nikki, you've never really been afraid to be one of the first. What's the benefit to you? Why take the risk?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you do have to, it has to be the right product. Being first isn't always the right move, but I do think that with the right product, it makes sense to jump in. And there are a number of reasons for that. When you get in early, you obviously have an opportunity to influence the way that the product is developed and impact the product roadmap. So what that means is that you as a firm are able to ensure that the product fits in your environment. And that means it's much more likely to be adopted and used throughout the firm, as opposed to coming in later when the tool is completely developed and you have to encourage the firm's lawyers to get on board. If they've been using it from the get-go and have actually seen it develop, in less likely to adopt the tool and use it on a regular basis. There are also obviously enormous cost benefits. When you encounter a real need, you can spend a lot of time to actually develop something yourself as a point solution. Or if you're lucky to have a relationship with a vendor who's willing to work with you and develop something in line with what your lawyers have been requesting, you can actually pass some of that development cost and risk to a vendor who's willing to build it for you. So in some ways, and again, this has to be with the right vendor, but you can treat the vendor as your own development team. I also think, just coming back to what Travis said earlier around the financial crisis being a driver for technology, we're seeing attorneys now having to use technology as they are more remote and perhaps looking for solutions that are technology driven due to, the situation we find ourselves in due to COVID. And that means that you may have some more opportunity to get your attorneys on board, helping to develop a tool and being quite delighted when it is developed in a way that actually responds directly to the needs that they have in their own practice. I will say as well that, a tool like Jigsaw, which can come in as being something that perhaps is perceived as something that might be used in one practice area,
getting on board early and working with a vendor to find use cases across an entire firm is just a win-win situation for the vendor as well as for the law firm. So in my opinion, if you choose the right product and you partner with the right vendor, and obviously we have a previous relationship with the founders of Jigsaw, which helps. But in those circumstances, being the first to adopt a new product, the benefits of that outweigh the perceived risks.
Absolutely. And so on that point where you're getting these kind of tailor-made tools for you and the entire firm, Zach, from more of a product standpoint, does this lead to better products for everyone? How does it kind of work theoretically?
Yeah, great point. And the answer is absolutely. So successful products are design-led, which means working with end users constantly throughout the development process, iterating and reiterating on the solutions to their problems. And not doing that can be disastrous. So, for example, if you don't, you might end up with something like the Candwich, which is unfortunately exactly what it sounds like. It's a sandwich in a can. And I'm sure people are laughing. I see Travis and Nikki are laughing, but it's actually not hard to imagine how the Candwich came to be. You can imagine someone discovers that consumers would love to buy a pre-made peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but they don't stay fresh on store shelves and they get squashed when you're trying to transport them to the grocery store. So, Candwich. But the problem is, I guess the problem is just that. It's hard to describe. So everyone that I've first seen hear about the Candwich gets that same look on their face that some of the people on this call have now, which is something between like confused and disgusted. And the reason for that would be interesting to dig into, but for the purposes of thinking about building great products, it's just important to remember that if you don't constantly visit and then revisit with customers throughout the development process, then you might end up with a sandwich in a can. At the end of the day, it's key to work with lawyers, with end users to ensure that whatever you're making, whatever service you're providing works in the way that that person needs. And Travis and Steven, the co-founders, have a bit of an advantage in this in that they are actually former end users, ex-lawyers.
So Nikki, one final question for you to round things up. How do you ensure that you're picking the right tool and the product and the right vendor to work with? You kind of touched on our previous relationship, but there are a lot of new products coming into the market at the moment. How do you make sure you're backing the right horses?
For me, that immediate use case has to be apparent quite broadly. You have to have users on board internally and buy-in, and you have to have a level of trust with the existing vendor.
If you want more information about Jigsaw, you can head over to jigsawcreate.com. If you want to hear more about Candwiches, you can reach out to Zach on LinkedIn.
Great. Nikki, Travis, thank you so much for being here with us today. So folks, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. I was wondering if, Nikki, maybe you could start by just telling us a little bit more about, once you saw that Jigsaw was a product that was really worth backing, how did you get the rest of the firm, interested in line, especially, management? How did you get them to buy into this?
We had immediate interest from all of the attorneys that we showed the platform to. So Jigsaw is able to extremely quickly create diagrams, data-rich diagrams and data visualizations. For example, it can look at a picture that you've hand-drawn and translate that into an electronic diagram very quickly. And it's able to do this as well from data. So you can take an Excel data spreadsheet and it will translate it automatically into a visual diagram. And what we realized very quickly is that attorneys, not just in the corporate practices, but all across the firm, for example, our investigations practice, our compliance practices, we're really interested in it, as well as top partners. So obviously when you have that buy-in from the top, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, and I'm so curious, as I've been following the chat here just in the last few minutes, people have been talking about the challenges that they've had with adoption and getting lawyers, to take advantage of the tools. And some of them, they've been able to figure out Zoom, ask them to figure out Teams, and they can't do it. So what's been, the adoption been like for you so far?
It's been great. Again, it's one of those tools where the pickup is pretty easy. It's not as though it takes a huge amount to actually get across the functionality. So I think that's key if you're going to jump on board with something early. And a lot of our associates really enjoy the fact that they get to be involved at the beginning in building out the functionality and helping Jigsaw and their team
develop new use cases for the tool.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'd probably just add to that, Tanisha.
Yeah, please.
I think one of the key elements to getting adoption is keeping things simple. I mean, it's so easy to say, it's actually really, really hard to execute. I mean, I'm the perfect test case because I am not that tech savvy. I was a lawyer who was constantly on the phone, pestering my IT people to help. And yeah, if it can get past me, typically most lawyers can get to grips with stuff, but it is really essential to try and think from someone who has no software, no IT background. They're a lawyer doing their thing, and now they have to come to a computer to help them do the things they want to do. And you really have to go back to basics. But yeah, as I said, it's easier said than done, but we focus extremely hard on keeping things simple, gradual steps for the lawyers so they can get to grips with things, at least the basics, very easily. And if they want more sophisticated functionality, it's available and they can grow from there. But you've got to start off simple.
Great. Thank you both so much for your time today. Folks, if you have additional questions for Nikki and Travis, please put them in the chat and they'll try to get to them. And we are going to go on to our next video. We're going to be talking about automating audit response letters with Mara Goldsmith and Miranda Perkins.
Prepares audited financial statements. They're required to disclose any event that may affect their financial status, including pending and potential litigation. The client then reaches out to us to provide that information for their auditors. ABA rules require that anyone with reasonable knowledge assist in responding to these letters. The audit response process is the means by which we fulfill this obligation. WilmerHale receives approximately 1,000 audit response letters a year, and responding to them is time-consuming, with employees spending over 5,000 unbillable hours on these efforts each year. Our solution was to automate the process to eliminate inefficiencies and manual tasks. The automated system has allowed us to quickly deliver high-quality responses while decreasing the time spent preparing them. The project has already saved hundreds of hours of time, allowing attorneys to spend more time on critical client work. And the automated notifications and reminders have helped reduce the administrative burden on everyone. Under the old process, the paralegals received an email, which may or may not have been sent in a timely fashion. They would then reach out to various administrative departments who needed to stop their work to address these requests. Then they drafted an email to each attorney and manually kept track of their responses and followed up when necessary. Once they received all responses, they would manually compile them and print everything out into a packet, then physically take it to the audit committee for review. After much back and forth with the audit committee, the paralegal would finalize the letter and take it to the partner for signature. Now we're going to show you a short demo of the system. Our automated audit letter response system was created within our existing Intap Open environment. The process starts with the paralegal receiving an audit request and then opening a new request within the audit system where they enter all the basic information. Note that after the initial request is entered into the system, much of the information is saved and auto-populated in subsequent requests. One major part of the request letter is updating the previous letter's litigation summary. Because our system integrates with Office 365, the paralegal will paste a link to the Word document of the prior year's litigation summary. This ensures that everyone can continue to work within the system, but also gives the flexibility for attorneys to work in a familiar Word environment. Once all the initial data is in the system and the letter is attached, the paralegal will send the request to NBI to run a joint representation report. A joint rep report, or JRR, is a check to see if work has been done for a client under a different client number, or in the event there are co-clients in a suit. Once the JRR client information is compiled, Elite automatically pulls a list like this of all attorneys who have billed 5 or more hours for this client. The process takes roughly 5 minutes, depending on the amount of matters we have for that client. The previous method took 30 minutes just for running the JRR, and then the paralegal required additional time to pull the timekeepers. Here, the list indicates which timekeeper came in under the client matter number and which were added via JRR. This eliminates any confusion later as to why they received the request. Once the paralegal sends the request, and a notification will be created automatically by the system, similar to this. The attorneys will receive this notification. In the notification, it pulls many of the relevant details that they might find important, including the client name and the due date of the response. All the attorney needs to do is simply click on the link here, make their comments, and submit the response.
The system automatically keeps track of who has responded to their request and will send automatic reminders as needed prior to the due date. Once the attorney opens the request, they will have direct access to Office 365, where they will be able to collaborate with other attorneys, answering the same requests in a familiar Word environment. Unlike traditional Word and email responses, the integration with Office 365 has the added advantage that they can easily see who has made changes in real time, should there be any questions. Here, you can see that another person is currently in the system, and they are making changes that appear in a different color. This mitigates the back and forth previously required. The paralegals can easily keep track of where the request stands. Here, they can see which attorneys have responded and which attorneys are still waiting a response for. Once all attorneys have responded, then the paralegals are able to review the responses and make any necessary cleanup that needs to be done. After the attorneys have responded or a response has been made on their behalf, the paralegals will review the changes and make any necessary cleanup. Then they'll select the audit committee member that is responsible for signing the letter that day, and then generate the letter through the system. The letter will automatically generate from one of 8 templates in near final form. As part of the letter generation process, the system will reach out to 3E to pull the WIP, AR, or VOS, depending on the letter type. After letter generation, the paralegal will make any edits needed, and the system will send a notification to the audit committee to review and approve. Because all the work has taken place within the system, the audit committee member can now easily see all the responses and comments of each timekeeper, as well as any associated documents attached. They can then approve the request, and then it will proceed on for signature. Once the letter has been approved by the audit committee, it is now sent within the system via DocuSign to the signing partner. The signing partner will sign it, and then it will be sent back through the system to the paralegal, ready to be sent out to the auditor. After the system sends the letter to the auditor, the record is closed and kept under that client for easy access in the future.
In this project, change management was especially key. This went from being a completely manual process to a fully automated one. Change management was challenging, though, because we had multiple longtime employees, each of whom had their own ingrained process. They were also nervous about using technology. All of this led to resistance to change. In fact, 10 years ago, the firm tried to change the process, but it was met with so much resistance that the solution was never launched.
The paralegals alone were 36% more efficient this year than last, and the attorneys have reported significant time savings. New business reduced time spent on JRRs from 30 minutes to 5 minutes per request, and large requests went from 3 hours to 30 minutes. Now our finance teams no longer spends any time on audit letters. With everything automated and tracked within the system, we easily transitioned to remote work when COVID crisis hit, allowing the firm to focus its efforts elsewhere.
Great, thank you so much. A couple of questions from the audience. First question, is the information captured in the audit letter used anywhere else? For example, the litigation description summaries.
So I can take that one. It's not, but that's actually a really good idea. So right now it's just used for the following year's audit letter so that we can update the litigation summaries. But I like the idea of using it elsewhere to describe the litigation.
I think this question may have been answered. The question was, have you done an ROI calculation both before and after? And it sounds like maybe you've done some. I saw in one of the last slides that you said there was a 36% time savings for paralegals.
Yes, there was. So we compared the time, obviously, before, which was very manual, to now. And on average, there was a 36% decrease in time, and that was last year. This year, we've now just started into the second season of audit letters, and it's dropped even more. So we're looking forward to continuing to be able to calculate that and see how it goes.
Excellent. So wait, can you tell us what tool did you use to build this audit letter solution?
Yeah, we used Intap Open, which is the system that our new business intake team uses. So that's one of the reasons we were able to so seamlessly integrate with their processes.
Excellent. I think we are running out of time, so I have just one question.
And
for myself.
before you go, Mara and Tanisha, have you ever met before?
No, first time.
Make me say a date. So that was my
yeah.
last
No, we're not
question.
telling you
Mara
when we
and I
met.
were first year. We were summer associates together back in 1990 something, and I want to know, why didn't you come up with this solution then, when we spent so much time working on audit response letters?
I know.
Thank you so much for the presentation today. I appreciate your time. And if you guys have questions, put them in the chat, and Mara and Miranda will get to them for you. And we are going to move on to our next and final video for this segment, starting with document automation.
Hi everyone, I am Mari and this is Irina. We are from the Knowledge Management and Innovation team at Sorainen, which is a law firm operating in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Belarus. We have around 220 lawyers.
We realized the potential of document automation several years ago, but now we can finally say we're succeeding with it. Our main objectives were efficiency and time saving, and we also realized our clients want us to focus on complex work rather than doing simple technical tasks. We also realized automation as a great way of giving our young lawyers access to high-quality knowledge database.
So today we will tell you 2 stories about our automation journey, what we did and what happened. So here is take 1, our first approach, and this was around 3 years ago when we first started focusing on automation. So what did we do? First of all, we asked fee-earning lawyers to automate. So each practice group had to dedicate 1 lawyer to automate documents. And we had trainings in each office for a large group of lawyers to teach them basic automation skills. Also, we started automating basically everything at once. So each practice group had the task to automate their most used template during the year. We were also trying to figure out the automation process as we went along by trial and error. We were working at the same time on the questionnaire, on the wordings, trying to link them together, and also negotiating some development needs with the software provider. And finally, we were trying to make the lawyers to accept documents that were not quite exactly how they wanted them to be. So, for example, automatic cross-references were not working. And what happened as a result? First of all, we had many unfinished automation projects. Secondly, we were constantly trying to teach lawyers how to automate, but in the end, they didn't learn it and they didn't have time to automate. There was also a lack of trust in the resulting documents. One reason was that not everything was working as it should have been, like the automatic cross-references that I mentioned that weren't working. And the bottom line was that there were not any automated documents being used by lawyers in their everyday work. Although we did have some internal success, for example, our HR team was using automated employment agreements.
After the first try proved not to be as successful as we hoped, we realized that we need to change our approach when it comes to document automation. We found an experienced partner in Green Meadow, a Danish document automation provider. They did not just provide us with a tool that was satisfying our needs, but they also started working on actual document automation projects with us. So we learned a lot by observing them, but they also were great at teaching us how to lead a document automation project in general. For example, they taught us that we need to focus first on the questionnaire rather than working with document text, and how to involve lawyers as legal experts and provide them with very precise tasks so that they know what is exactly expected of them. Another change happened in the way that we approached who do we get involved in a project. So we identified the most excited people about document automation in our firm. For us, it turned out to be corporate and M&A team. So we right away started with several complex projects with them. For example, we automated establishment document package, share purchase agreement document package. One of our first projects was compiling 11 different templates into one automated document package with all the shareholders' resolutions. When a project like that is finished, it creates so much more value than, let's say, automating a power of attorney, which can be very valuable within itself, but it does not create as much excitement about the achievement. So what happened when we changed this approach? Well, first, success stories started coming in because people started actually using the documents in their daily routine.
It still takes a bit of effort to remind them to do that, but there is general sense of excitement about trying it out. And when they do, they obviously find it very useful. So this created a sense of trust in the product of document automation. So it is no longer something that may or may not succeed, but people actually believe in having very tangible results and products out of it.
Here are some lessons that we learned during our automation adventure. First of all, when choosing a software or service provider, and this is not only about automation, but for any type of provider, the tip is try to talk to their existing clients one-on-one without the provider being present. If the client is really praising the provider and they seem genuine, then it probably really is good. Secondly, for tools, make sure that all the must-have functionalities are there from the beginning, because no one really knows how long any developments will take. For document automation, this includes lists, tables, automatic cross-references, and styles. Now onto the bigger things. Don't be afraid to change direction. For example, we started with automating many documents at once, but then focused on a few more complex projects. But at the same time, be patient, because automation is not something you can do within 1 month. It's a long-term activity, and you will need to focus on it for years to come. Unfortunately, it's not this type of tool that you buy and turn on and everything works. And finally, it's really easy to automate 10 simple documents by adding a few fields and call it a big success. But to automate something that really the lawyers are using in everyday work, that saves their time and they find useful, like really useful, that's challenging. That's the million-dollar question that everyone who's starting to automate is trying to figure out.
So the best advice we can give you, if you see value in something, don't give up. If one way doesn't work, try another one. We can tell from our own experience that it takes a lot of effort to work with document automation, but it is incredibly rewarding. And it's a wonderful way to increase efficiency. So good luck on your journey.
Thank you so much. So I have a couple of questions that have come into the chat. First question, can you tell us what tool did you use for your document automation project?
Yeah, sure. We are using a tool called the Document Drafter. It's made by a Danish company called Green Meadow, and I think it's quite a small company. Mainly, they're working with Danish law firms currently and in the Nordic region. So yeah, we were lucky to have like very bespoke and intense attention from them, and really like working with us and taking us through the process. So that's the tool we used.
And was that the tool that you used throughout the project? And early on, there were some challenges. Did you switch tools?
Yeah, we did switch tools. Early on, we were using a very startup company that really was just trying to figure out the tool together with us, and we were their first customer. And they were like really good to us. They were really trying to do everything we asked, but still it took a lot more time than we expected. So yeah, we decided to switch to a more mature product.
Excellent. So another question from the audience. So you talked about the document packages that you created for your M&A group as part of the change when you moved to a more successful process. So how extensively did the M&A lawyers adopt those packages?
At the moment, we already have a few success stories in using the packages in the real kind of work, daily routine that lawyers are doing that. I guess the involvement was very, very excitement, a lot of excitement for lawyers in general. And we are looking forward to automating also something in employment kind of area. So we have big plans for the future.
Yeah, we just, yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Marty, please.
We just finished our first big M&A document, our share purchase agreement for the 3 jurisdictions a few months ago. So we're really, it was such a breakthrough for us to see an automated document actually being used. So we're already really happy with that. And yeah, it created a lot of excitement. So yeah, we're really in the beginning of the journey, but it's really exciting for us, and to learn from this group of people is just really inspiring.
We're so glad that you could join us. So you have like 30 seconds, quick question. You just tell us a little bit, what was the role of the attorneys in creating the new packages?
Well,
providing
they provided the initial templates, and yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, same that you were saying, providing legal expertise, providing the templates, providing the missing drafts that they wanted for the variations that they wanted to automate, and providing their opinion on what kind of variations they need in the particular document.
Yeah, so first we tried to teach them to code, but then we realized that's not going to work. They don't have the time, and it takes a lot to teach it.
Indeed. Great. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us this afternoon. So I think next, we are moving into our breakout rooms for additional discussion and polling.
True.
Okay, people, voting time. Voting time.
Does everyone have your poll results in?
You can only talk after you vote.
I voted quickly so I could say hi to everybody. Hi, Steve. Hi, Bren. Hi, Mary.
Hi there.
Hi, Ginevra. Good to see all of you again.
Hi, Brent. Hey.
Howdy. I'm chopped liver. Nobody says hi to me.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Said hi to you.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi, David.
Hi, Tom.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
3, 2, 1, 0, blast off, and here are the votes.
But they were there. They disappeared.
Yeah,
Oh.
they've been away.
Too many cooks pressing. So, yeah, I think my personal take is I think the last one was more of a maturity level. I think both the firms here are more advanced in their presentation. So please don't take it personally, Maria and Irina. And with that, we're going to jump to Colin's presentation.
Thank you, Oz. I'm going to quickly share. I think we can just jump straight to that. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Oz and Mary and Ron. I appreciate it. And just to let all of you know, my name is Colleen Cable. I'm a director at HBR Consulting, and I work in the Research and Information Solutions group. And HBR has been doing surveys in this area, among other surveys, of course, for the past few years. But 2 years ago, we started really focusing on benchmarking and created the Benchmarking and Legal Information Services Survey. This is a preview. The survey dashboard, which I will show a screenshot of, is launching next week to participants. And I'll talk a little bit more about the delivery method and why this survey is a little bit different. And of course, I want to encourage as many firms as possible to participate going forward. We've seen great participation so far, but we would love to have even more. So benchmarking in law firms obviously is a key part of what our firms are looking at, especially at a leadership level. And benchmarking has been around for about 35 years now, really, and it debuted and really started when AmLaw introduced the AmLaw 100 and introduced the profits per partner measurement. And that really resulted in an industry-wide shift that really has led us to where we are today, which is the law firm as a business rather than a partnership, and then certainly the lateral recruiting craze. So a few of the surveys that I know a lot of you are probably very familiar with, Citibank and Wells Fargo, of course. Thomson Peer Monitor launched in 2005, which again allowed a very deep view into especially firm financials. And the HBR Law Department Survey also launched in 2005, which has become really an industry standard for law departments and how they interact with their firms from a benchmarking and data perspective. So benchmarking in the law library has obviously been around, just like with any department or organization. These are a few of the types of benchmarking and data that libraries can collect, and certainly all of these are part of our survey, as well as many other new and different areas. Everything from, we used to track the requests that come in via tick sheets, and now certainly there's much more sophisticated products, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Quest, RefTracker, ServiceNow, there are others, obviously. Certainly financials, staffing, and then content, obviously, is another huge area.
And one of the pain points and one of the reasons why we are really focusing on creating a survey like this is that the library is not really accurately reflected in some of the industry surveys, some of which I mentioned a minute ago, like Citibank and Wells Fargo. They can be lumped in with the knowledge management department, which they may be a part of, but there's not an easy way to measure against some of these data points when the department is just viewed as one, or they're left out altogether or lumped in with just staff, which again makes it very difficult to measure staffing ratios, budgets, roles, things like that. We also deal with confidentiality issues. Obviously, we're all aware of, with some of the large vendors with contracts, obviously the survey doesn't violate any confidentiality issues, but certainly not having this data, it makes it very difficult for firms to understand, how their spending stacks up against their peers. This is a way to do that anonymously. And then another big issue is the lack of segmentation. So many of the surveys that are in this area, again, kind of lump all sizes of firms together. And clearly there's huge differences between the top AmLaw 10, 25, 50, and the bottom of the AmLaw 200. So being able to really have accurate data that you can utilize internally is key. So our goal is really to set a new industry standard, and really would like to gain the same reputation and participation levels as the HBR Law Department survey has gained. I know they have a 16-year head start on us, but we are really moving in that direction. And really the other goal, as I mentioned, is to facilitate internal decision-making by library stakeholders as they collaborate with firm leadership, with KM, with other departments that they might be working with. And hopefully we're achieving that. So again, as I mentioned, how we're different, the segmentation by size. The other key differentiator is that our results are presented via an interactive website rather than a static output. So rather than a report that's delivered to participants or the industry in a PDF or something like this, we really wanted to make the results and the data interactive so that you can compare and look at it in the way that you're interested in. And then another key feature, and again, we are starting to do that this year, but we'll be doing more next year, hopefully, is reliable trending of key data. So making sure that all of the responses and what we present is statistically significant and reliable, and that we're trending year over year on the same types of questions. So this is the world premiere of our new website. It hasn't even been released to participants yet. The website is bliss.hbr.consulting.com. This is a look at the dashboard. You can see across the top, these are the areas of coverage. We talk about staffing, budget, sole provider, research, cost recovery, resource diversity, that's the page that I'm on right now, library tools, and innovation. Right up here on the top right is the segmentation bar. And for this particular screenshot, I selected the AmLaw 100. And when you select or deselect any of these, the data instantly refreshes. So this is the top of the resource diversity slide, and you can see this is about ebooks. The other new feature that we have this year is it shows your firm's response. So the firm that when the individual logs into the site, they will see how they answered this question. That was a feedback we got from last year, was a lot of people forgot what they had responded to because it's a while since they filled out the survey. And so this is a way that they'll be reminded of their response. Next year also, we will have the year over year. So we'll start to build on that and have different views by year. So just wanting to continue to build out features and functions. Whoops. Real quickly on the survey demographics, we did have 61 firms respond this year. And this just gives you a quick overview. It was very evenly distributed, the number of responses by both the AmLaw segmentation and also the size. And then you can see the roles of some of the folks who responded to the survey. I'm going to dive into some of the results, but this is really just an absolute fraction of what was collected. As I mentioned, you saw in the screenshot all of the different areas that we have collected information on, and I just, for time constraints, don't have the time to go through everything. We will be doing a webinar similar to what we did in October. We had also, I should say, a hot topic section that we added this year to ask questions specifically around the pandemic and COVID. And so we did a preview of that data in October. We'll be doing something similar at the end of February for the full results. So one of the areas that we added this year is innovation initiatives. And one of the questions we asked is, how has COVID impacted the firm's adoption of innovation initiatives? And I think one of the good news stories here is that 64% of respondents indicated that innovation initiatives were already in place, and there was discussion and implementation of even more. So the pandemic did not derail those in the overwhelming majority of the firm. Additionally, another 2%, although it's a small number, since the pandemic began, the firm has begun discussing innovation initiatives. So it actually spurred some firms to move forward. I think, obviously there were some where the innovation initiatives were already in place, but discussion has slowed or stopped. One other note, the survey was conducted in July and August. So perhaps at that time when the survey was being filled out, maybe initiatives had not been restarted or had stopped, but have since restarted. So just bear in mind the time of when the survey questions were asked. This is a question that was not on the survey, but it was asked at our webinar, as I mentioned, and a shout out to Jean, who I know is on the call. This was her, she was on the panel, and this was her contribution as an added question to the panel. If you could only work on one innovation initiative in 2021, what would it be? And you can see some of I think one of the most prominent was the robotic process automation or chatbots. Single sign-on initiatives were certainly something that was big. Analytics, which I know is a very broad term. KM tools, I think the digital library automation, obviously because of the pandemic, again, has become really pushed to the forefront. Research training, print reductions, not as quite as predominant, and some of the data that participants will see on the dashboard talk about the print reductions and where that's going, and it definitely was the top response to the pandemic was to reduce print. So those firms that hadn't already were certainly pushed to do that much more quickly. Deskboard portals, etc. So you can see some of these here. I think this is a really interesting and wide arrangement. And I would encourage anyone who's not including someone from the library on your innovation teams to make sure that you're doing that. So the resources and tools, this is another section on the survey. The top 5 advanced research tools that responding firms are considering purchasing, you'll see those listed here. The Westlaw Edge was at the top, Checkpoint Edge, Case Text Compose, Courtroom Insight, and Lexis Context. And another, used to be definitely in the minority of firms that were using a resource metering tool and also then a research management, research request management tool. Whoops. Excuse me. 82% of responding firms now use a resource metering tool, such as OneLog or Research Monitor. And I think, this is just almost a baseline at this point. All large firms should be considering something along this line that gives them some information about how their tools are being used, who's using them, many other metrics that can be generated out of those tools. And we've kind of crossed the threshold of a majority of responding firms are now using a research request management tool like Quest or ServiceNow. There's certainly others on the market as well, but really being able to manage and the tickets that are coming into the department, just like you would in IT or any other department, and being able to, again, see how the work is being done, really generate a lot of data and information from that.
Pauline, we're getting close to the wrap up.
Okay, time. So real quick on staffing, I think someone mentioned the work from home, really good news on staffing. Again, it might have been timing, but I think what we found was that we were really excited to see that there was very positive movement here. And then to end real quickly on managed services, this is another area that we've seen a lot of movement on, and you can see here some of the services that departments are looking at either fully or partially outsourcing. Obviously, filing and cataloging has been very traditional, but I think below that are things that are maybe non-traditional, but certainly being looked at and explored. And we really think that, you know, this allows library staff to be free to take on those innovation initiatives that I just mentioned earlier and other strategic services and being part of initiatives that are core to the firm. I'll put this link in the chat. We are open right now for registrations for Bliss 2021. I will note that we are moving the timeline back. So we will be distributing the 2021 survey this year. And our goal in 2022 is to have it to firms prior to budgeting time. So in 2022, it will be released in August, September, and that will allow firms to use the data for planning purposes and budgeting. So we're kind of doing a little shift, a little shuffle in 2021 that, so we'll do our best to get that out, I believe, probably in October or so.
Thank you, Colleen. We have run out of time, but there are some questions for you in the chat. So I'd encourage the audience to continue to converse with you there. Beautiful. Perfect. Let's move on to data is a game changer.
Today, my co-presenters and I will be talking about how actionable cost data is changing the game for legal project management and pricing, not just generally, but specifically at Husch Blackwell. I want to define that operative term, actionable, because not all data is created equal. What we're talking about is data that is granular, task level, and well labeled, so it shows you value and scope. Accurately and consistently coded, so it tells the truth. And connected to context, the why behind the numbers. That's what Digitory delivers. That's what we're talking about today. And that's what law firms need to truly level up their game in pricing and project management. It is my pleasure to introduce my co-presenter, Lon Wasson, and I do it with this Galileo quote, because Lon has an extensive background in data science and process and workflow engineering and has devised a data strategy for Husch Blackwell that allows them to make measurable what is not so. And with a technology assist from Digitory to do that at scale.
At Husch Blackwell, we understand the importance of having a data strategy that reflects the transparency and predictability that our clients need to run their businesses. For many years now, the firm has provided its clients with financial data on a next day basis. And we have put in place a number of data hygiene practices to ensure the accuracy and timeliness of this information. And while we believe these practices work, it's a heavy lift on our lawyers and a challenge to scale across our platform. So when we engaged Digitory in a proof of concept, one of our aims was to see how well our guidelines performed compared to what Digitory sees in the industry. So we shared with them a set of matters that spanned a number of years, and Digitory used its technology to code the time and its team to analyze the results. And from those results, we learned a couple things. In the short term, we learned that consistent reinforcement of our guidelines does make a difference. It makes a difference to write out examples and show where they should be coded, to emphasize the importance of time narratives in team meetings, and to bring new timekeepers up to speed quickly. These practices raise the quality of our narratives and coding well above the industry norms. But we also learned that we still have a ways to go, because some of our narratives still reflect the practice of block billing or are just too vague to consolidate time into the unit costs of a matter, such as the cost of a particular deposition or expert testimony. It's this level of granularity that aids in the development and management of a matter and budgets, especially when that matter does not go according to plan. So in the long run, we recognize that machines will do most of the coding,
and that our attorneys must write the narratives so that the machines can perform those tasks effectively. And just like the machine learning tools that we use in the contract review space, this technology has progressed much faster than we expected and is already able to perform tasks in a number of service areas. So we are taking a fresh look at our data strategy with an eye to the future when our lawyers never have to code again. We are looking forward to the day when we can scale these practices across our platform and serve clients in virtually every practice area.
Ask a lawyer what a complex matter will cost, and the answer is probably going to be some version of it depends. I call that the snowflake problem because of the deeply ingrained belief held within the profession that because each matter is unique, like a snowflake, it's just too hard to really predict the cost. Today, extraordinary professionals like Jenny Brown are applying their financial expertise to quantify the unquantifiable. And Jenny will share with you how leveraging data to find the patterns in those legal snowflakes is changing the game for her and her firm.
When we consider what data can do for us and our clients, there really are a multitude of benefits. At a very high level, we want to win the business, we need to manage the business, and we want to improve how we do business going forward. With precise data and scoping, the often challenging RFP process changes. We become better equipped to differentiate ourselves, differentiate our services and our value from our competitors. Rather than a vague number or a concept, we can provide precise information and insight that is grounded in data. Now we're giving the client the why to our numbers. Why does our number have value? And just consider the impact that has on a client that's evaluating multiple firms. So now more than ever, clients need certainty, but we know that legal work is largely uncertain. Data gives us the ability to answer questions with precision that was just not achievable before. Things change during a matter life cycle, so how can we manage it? Through our project with Digitory, we were able to drill down below task code level to see how those lower level activities really drive a matter in various directions. Having this technology and being able to provide accurate and timely adjustments, whether it's related to time or budget in the scope, it drives the confidence of the overall process and management of the matter because there is data to support the numbers. In a space where answers are difficult to find, we need to be able to provide answers quickly. We know that strategic decisions have consequences. If a client calls and wants to add a counterclaim, for example, we should be able to tell them how much that's going to cost. Being able to respond to these questions without simply picking a number out of thin air, it requires data, and it is critical for doing my job and responding to the needs of the lawyers and their clients. Upon completion of a matter, the data will show what went well and where there are opportunities for improvements. Our experience with Digitory and viewing our data in a different way really gave us the opportunity to evaluate and quantify strategic decisions. Was it really a good deal? Is it something we want to pursue with additional clients in the future? The data helps us understand why budgets ran over and gives us direction on how to adjust for that or account for that as we price future matters. Back to that high-level view, we won the business, we managed the business, but did it work? Data tells the story.
Measure what is measurable and make measurable what is not so. Because that which can be measured can be managed. It can be predicted and it can be improved. We hope that you vote for Team Data, but whatever the outcome, it has been our pleasure to
Thank you, Catherine, Jenny, and Lan. Fascinating presentation. Since you're focused on insight grounded in data, were there any surprising insights or particularly timely insights you found aside from the ones you mentioned in your presentation?
So what I'm going to start off and I reflect back on one of the earlier presentations around the dirty data problem. One of the things that we do is surface matter attributes. So in the process of providing the analytics back, we actually will talk to our customers and provide insight into the why behind the numbers. What was expected at the beginning may not be the attributes at the end. So some of that work that is being done manually, we're actually using technology to surface that insight.
And I would just add, it does help quite a bit to figure out if a strategy that you put in place is actually working and could be applied to other clients. It's one thing to do the tactical, kind of blocking and tackling of getting budgets right and managing to a budget, but then really understanding, what are the outcomes what the firm wanted, or the outcomes what the client wanted going forward. Should we try that, in a different industry, or what have you?
Thank you. There is a question in the chat asking how you're coping with the fact that the attorney narratives are the weak link in your chain.
Sorry, Lon. I would just say we use expert systems to pull blood from a stone. In this particular data set, we were given some of their best data. That is typically not the case. So we didn't have to get blood from a stone because their data quality, they had pulled data where the before and after was really remarkably on point. So Lon and Jenny?
I would just add, we've spent a lot of time trying to get certain teams to that level, but like every large, law firm, scaling that to everyone is a challenge. And we learned, where the gaps are, even after years of putting some of these practices in place. So that was very helpful.
Thank you all. We are out of time yet again. Clearly, we need more time during these days. But Jenny, I'd encourage you, if you've got more you'd like to add, please do put it in the chat. And I know others would love to continue the conversation there. Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. My name is William Docherty. Today, I'm here to talk to you about my experience of building a legal software solution whilst working as a junior lawyer. Around 3 years ago, as a first seat trainee, I observed a fundamental problem within the legal industry, which was inefficient work allocation. When I was quiet, I was spending lots of my time walking, emailing, calling around, just looking for work. And then when the work actually arrived, it was like speaking with my peers both within Dentons and other law firms about the issue, and then it became clear I wasn't the only one that was having this problem. Conveniently, lawyers actually value their time on an hourly basis, so I was able to cost up all of the processes that I'd heard about from my peers, and it was then I really realised how inefficient traditional work allocation processes were, with large offices effectively spending anywhere between a few £100,000 all the way up to several millions of pounds a year in lawyer time just seeking and distributing work. I then did some research, and I was surprised to learn that there wasn't really any adequate solutions to the problem in the marketplace. I started thinking about how to address the problem with technology, and then it became clear that because it's such a fundamental process, work allocation tools can really have the potential to address much more than just efficiency. It could help with a raft of other issues such as mental well-being, employee retention, better quality of work, better delivery of work, pricing, diversity and inclusion, just to name a few things. I was living with a software developer at the time, and I explained the problem to him and how I thought it could be solved, and a few weeks later he surprised me with a prototype. At the time, I just started my third seat, and I was sitting in TMT Department of Dentons in London. Given my interest in technology, this was the area of law that I really wanted to qualify into. I was trying my best to impress the team, and so I approached the department sector heads, Andy Lucas and Martin Fanning, with my idea, and they invited me to actually pitch them the product. The incredibly positive response we got told us that we were onto something and gave us the confidence to continue investing more and more time and money into development. From here on in, things got much more serious. Evenings, weekends, we started to really investigate how to turn this idea into a fully fledged business. Dentons gave me permission at this stage to incorporate my own company, and me and my flatmate and now co-founder Peter Hickling got to work developing our MVP. I'm aware that it's quite unusual for an employee, especially one in an industry that demands so much of your time, to be allowed to operate in a dual role. But Dentons showed that they're true to their word in wanting to foster and support innovation, and they trusted me, even though I was so junior, to manage my own time and responsibilities.
People who know how demanding a life in law can be often ask me, how do you find the time? How do you find the time to work as an associate but also be a director of your own business? And to be honest, it's a good question. If I didn't absolutely love what I'm doing, then it just wouldn't be possible. The prospect of addressing what I see to be as such widespread issues in the industry and have a positive impact on people's lives really motivates me to keep going and to continue to build a better product. We've always wanted to build a product that people love using, and so I begged my partner, who is a neuroscientist, to help us to identify what employees care about most. After a few weeks of digging, basically we were presented with a load of journals, and the synopsis was that autonomy was the most important thing to people at work. We set about incorporating this autonomy by design in our product. We were already in discussions with several teams within Dentons about trialling the product, but when sort of COVID hit and there was this move to remote working, then basically the conversations were fast-tracked. Public discourse has also played a role over the last year for us, with firms more increasingly focusing on mental well-being and diversity. Clients are also starting to require firms to demonstrate that these issues are being factored in when firms are staffing matters and also coming into tendering processes. We held a number of workshops at Dentons to get feedback on the app, and this included sessions with IT and security, innovation, partners, and junior lawyers. And we're so grateful for all who have come to those sessions and been so generous with their time and feedback, which has helped us to create a better product and prioritise which features to build, something which is particularly valuable when you have a small team. At the date of this conference, we'll have actually launched our MVP and started our trial at Dentons. Dentons wouldn't normally deal with such a small supplier, but there was such a strong desire from a number of teams within the firm to try the product that we presented basically these teams with a solution which people were really connecting with, and they were really excited to get their hands on at all levels of the business. We had a couple of really amazing internal sponsors, Tanya Podnick, who's Assistant General Counsel, Joe Cohen, who's the Head of Innovation, who really have supported us as a business through this whole process. For example, through a business assessment that Dentons run with all new technology suppliers, and together we came up with solutions to issues that naturally arise given the size of our business and the fact we'd never done anything like this before. Another example is sort of the security requirements that a company necessarily needs to meet to work with such a large organisation who deals with such commercially sensitive data. So we've had support with all of this, which we're eternally grateful for. Through this journey, Dentons have shown a real commitment to supporting not only innovation, but also the aspirations of its employees, fostering an environment which enables innovation to really flourish. TMT have also supported me to get more involved with other innovation projects as part of my role at the firm, which I'm absolutely loving. And I feel so grateful really to be practicing law at a time where the industry is much more ready to embrace new technologies. It's a really exciting time to be a lawyer with an interest in innovation. I just want to say a big thanks to the organisers for putting all this together and to all of you for your time. If anyone would like to discuss my experience in any more detail or learn a bit more about our solution, then here are my contact details. Otherwise, I hope you all have a fantastic conference, and I look forward to catching up with some of you in the group discussions.
Thank you, William. I definitely want to hear more about this. That's a fabulous, fabulous story. I'm jealous of you. I didn't see that kind of support when I was a young lawyer. Few questions for you. First of all, you mentioned the neuroscience angle, and that I found that fascinating. Clearly, with the pandemic, we've gotten more than we need of autonomy. But how are you addressing mental well-being and diversity through your application?
Yeah, so two main sort of ways. We've got two major features. The first one is basically live capacity. So it's a very simple feature, but it's very effective. So instead of capturing data maybe once a week and reviewing that, we ask people to register that every morning. And that way that data can be depended on by decision makers throughout the week at any time. So if your situation changes, you update the button and off you go. So that allows people to communicate their busyness to the team. So rather than someone just getting more and more work and saying yes all the time, and maybe someone else not having enough work, that way you can see relative busyness across the team. And in terms of diversity, we've built a tendering process. So I've done a lot of work for sort of government and things where these processes are employed, and I've tried to take that learning and import that internally within businesses. So that way lawyers can have the option at times to self-select work. So that way you get more autonomy. There's somewhat a blind allocation process there. And there's a group called Piracle who do sort of legal law firm analytics. And they found there's, I think, a 5 or 6% increase
and opportunities for BAME employees where you have a process like this in place. So that's just a couple of examples and ways in which our product seeks to address those issues.
That's terrific. Now, on the self-selecting piece of this, are there any correction mechanisms in there to ensure that the people who push themselves forward get a fair chance, rather than just the favorite associate of the partner making the choice?
Yeah, exactly. So we're not sort of limiting people to say that they have to tender all work. We're saying that we think this is a great option for certain kinds of work. So we're enabling that process to be more easily used. But also you can use our tool to actually directly allocate work based on different factors. So busyness, experience, desired areas of experience, and all of these kinds of things. So we do actually generate weekly reports that capture lots of data in the app and give that to key decision makers, who then can be prompted if certain people are getting all of certain kinds of work, or maybe people have got lacking in experience that they need, or people keep getting work when they're always busy relative to other users, for example. So hopefully that information can get ahead of issues rather than them always being retrospective and sort of chasing our tail on those points.
So very true. Thank you very, very much, William. I have to say, when I saw your video, I thought it was a fairy tale. So I'm sure if you have advice for folks later in the chat on how they can make this a reality, I bet people would love to hear it. I certainly would. Thanks again, William.
Thank you.
And on to our final presentation on wonderful collaboration.
Greetings. I'm here today to share the story of a creative initiative that our firm embarked upon called the Summer Social. The idea sparked after our annual retreat was canceled due to the pandemic. At the time, we were only 1 month into our newly merged firm of Faegre, Drinker, Biddle, and Wreath. The retreat was going to be a pivotal step towards building relationships across our new firm, so it was important that we not miss the opportunity to do something meaningful to bring our colleagues together. The concepts that I share today can be applied much more broadly than a merger situation. So here we go. It was just a few weeks after the cancellation when it became more and more evident that we would be not planning the retreat, but rather working virtually for the foreseeable future. Our co-chairs approached our client development and marketing team and my innovation team and pitched the idea of randomized conversations between our attorneys and consultants. Sounds simple, right? Well, as you all know, simple is rarely easy. Plus, we wanted it to be a really great, well thought out experience. So our teams got to work to bring the idea to life. First, it needed a name. Summer was on the horizon. We wanted it to feel casual and the conversations be relaxed. My colleague, Katrina Detmer, who also helped lead the project, came up with Summer Social, which set the vibe we were looking for perfectly. Next, we determined logistics. It would be a 9-week program where each attorney and consultant, we have over 1,300 of them, would be paired with 2 people, one that they would contact and another who would reach out to them. This made 18 new individual connections over the initiative for about 23,000 total introductions. We also strategized on what would constitute success. While this was meant to be a social call, we still wanted to be smart about our approach. We wanted the best possible mix of cross-legacy firm, cross-practice, cross-office conversations that would result in new or deeper connections, so we could eventually do an even better job at bringing our whole new firm to our clients. This added extra complexity that a simple randomization of names could just not achieve. So we enlisted our data scientists. Here you will see a depiction of their work. With over 800,000 possibilities for pairings, they brought to bear the best mix from practice to practice. The image on the right shows each dot representing a practice. In the width, the connecting lines representing the number of conversations between them. And finally, we wanted to disperse the conversations by geography, so below that, you'll see a visual. From here, our data scientists produced the list of all 9 weeks of pairings, and we were ready to go. Concurrently, we created a well thought out and branded campaign. It includes
an intranet site with information on the initiative, an individualized view that showed their weekly pairings, a conversation guide for anyone who needed a boost, and how-tos to ensure the best experience for face-to-face video meetings, which was a suggested method. Our innovation team created a workflow that sent automated emails every Monday morning that included the name of the person with whom they should meet with that week and a link to a simple form to take a few notes afterwards, which we would later data mine for additional nuggets. The examples of client success were many, so just two very quickly. One of our attorneys was in the middle of a pitch for employment and immigration work. The client happened to be a food company. As the attorneys were preparing the pitch, one of the team recalled a summer social conversation with our preeminent food and agriculture attorney. Turns out the client also had a fair amount of litigation, and by having her join the team with her industry expertise, it led to securing the work plus additional work that wasn't even on our radar. Another example happened in real time. An email came in to one of our attorneys during the conversation. So he kindly apologized to his colleague. Gosh, I have an urgent request from a client. I'm going to have to cut it short. I need to figure out who can handle this. The other attorney was curious. So after a brief conversation, the Summer Social Connection said he had the perfect person and quickly introduced him to another colleague who had the needed expertise. They were on the phone with the client in minutes, and the client was thrilled and amazed. The list of stories goes on, and we continue to hear about them even months after the initiative has passed. As a side benefit, even after the initiative came to a close, we were able to highlight experience search on our firm intranet as another way of finding colleagues with the attributes one is looking for as a way to make new connections. The Summer Social really highlighted our culture of innovation and one of our firm's core values of teamwork and collaboration. The success has led to future plans for similar programs this year for our operations professionals and our new associates to connect in new ways. Thanks, everyone, for allowing me to share.
Thank you, Sean. This is just terrific. I can't imagine how hard this is after a merger, but after a merger and during a pandemic, extraordinary. Congratulations. You'd be really justified in taking a victory lap on this, but I bet you're trying to figure out what you'd like to do differently or possibly even better next time. What do you have in mind?
Yeah, so next time, and I saw a question actually in the window too from Lucy, how long? It was a 9-week program. I actually would shorten it a little bit. 9 weeks was a long time, I think, for everyone, especially during the pandemic. So maybe shorten it a little. And also I mentioned, a few examples of the great stories. I would do a better job, I think, of linking those stories to the actual revenue that the firm was able to gain by doing those connections and making them. They did bill time to the work that they did during the Summer Social, but we didn't capture every single story.
And did you end up with any duds that you can, or were people largely glad to meet each other?
Largely glad to meet each other. I think, we did get a few questions about, oh, what do I do if I don't really want to meet with this person? And that was probably like the one thing that, if I had to do something differently, maybe say, you can choose to not have a call. People are busy, right? And they understand. So.
Did you do any benchmarking before and after in terms of integration? Can you tell how much more improved things are now?
Well, we do a lot of benchmarking in terms of like cross-firm time and cross-firm, matters, but linking those up, that would be the thing that I would really want to change next time of how do you really measure all of that? And how do you get people to like tick the box and say, yes, this was as a result of XYZ initiative.
I see Neil Cameron's head was where mine was, which is you could take on Match.com, but he asks, did any marriages result from the effort?
Not that I am aware of, but I think people really did get to know each other on personal levels. There was a lot of, sports teams and family, and it was just the right time for an initiative like that
to be able to get to know each other and on a personal level. So, and if you think about the web that it creates, they met 18 people, but they also then, the 18 people that they met all know other people. So then you're able to make those connections. And in order to kind of serve your clients' needs, you really need to understand what others in the firm do. So it created a very big web, and really brought our whole firm to our clients.
Well, the relationship building is remarkable. The cross-selling opportunities, great. So congratulations, Sean. Really inspiring story. Thank you.
Thanks for
letting
me share.
Oh, our pleasure. We're about to go to breakouts to talk through these three very interesting presentations. I do not know how you'll make your choices. I'm not sure I can. But thank you all very much. And then we'll reconvene in just a few minutes to do our voting.
And with that, we're going for our final stretch. Last content by Lucy, who's going to talk to us, and then Chris is going to moderate the last three panels.
Fantastic. Do we get started and use up all of my 15 minutes? I'm going to just share my screen. I have a few slides. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing some time with me. If I can get a thumbs up from anybody or a yes that you can see my slides, that would be great. All right, fantastic. We're going to move right along. Here's the theme from today that I'm hearing, and it's validating and confirming something that I have been finding. I work with law firms and corporate law departments on all things innovation, coaching, training, modernizing legal service. And if anything we're hearing is there is still a significant disconnect between what corporate law departments need and what law firms are hearing and or delivering. I want us to focus at the micro level, at the individual lawyers, the actual practicing lawyers inside the law firms. All of you that are on this session or watching this are probably somehow connected to innovation. Probably it's in your title. It's in your role, innovation, knowledge management, practice management, lots of different names for it. And it's clear that that's part of your job. What I'm afraid of is that we are leaving behind the mass of the practicing lawyers. We're catching some of them, right? The ones that are interested, the ones whose attention we can get, but I'm afraid that we're kind of missing them at the mass level. And we have an opportunity to start influencing people a little bit more personally, where they can truly embrace innovation for themselves. So with that, I've discovered that there's a gap right now. The gap is that they really just kind of don't get it. The regular practicing lawyers aren't getting it at that general level. Like I said, let's put aside the 5% that maybe each of you have been able to grab and tap into and bring into a project or a journey that your firms are on potentially. But I think if you just chat with your regular friends, and I have them, peers who I went to law school with, and they really just don't get it. They call it that stuff I talk about, right? Innovation, that stuff that I do. Worst part, they talk about it within their own firms, and they just don't know what their own innovation teams are doing. They don't know how to access them. They don't know how to use all of these amazing resources that so many law firms have. There's also a little bit of a trend happening with all of the new roles that are being developed across law firms, and we see a lot of hiring happening even across this community, and everybody's marketing their open positions. But what's happening is that means that is a part of that person's job only, and somehow lawyers are starting to kind of feel and embrace that, well, good, they don't have to do that because they have somebody that does that. And they're going to bring that somebody into the RFP discussions, they're going to bring that somebody into a client meeting, but they kind of can still go back and just do their job for themselves. So there isn't a sense of responsibility, but more importantly right now, there's an overload of information. There is so much coming at them in the press, in the legal press, it's all true stuff. It's not about the content of the press, but it's overwhelming for the day-to-day practicing lawyers to truly synthesize and embrace and distill what's true, what isn't true, what should they pay attention on. Just the broad range of topics, whether it's robo-lawyers coming for their job and the rise of AI and just the tech side of it too. What are the big four? We talked about it here, friends or foe, what do they mean for me? What is an ALSP, an LPO, an alternative price service company, outsourcing, what's happening there? All of this, right, it's a lot. And so I think we need to figure out how do we distill it, and how do we bring them along, right? There isn't right now easily accessible content for them, training, actual material that they can embrace and make their own. So I'm going to show a couple of data points that I found interesting, just in case I haven't landed the point myself. But in a recent study by Walters Kluwer, right, there's just a couple of numbers here I want to highlight here. What you're seeing in the orange bars, this is the understanding by law firm respondents that, you know, these are imperatives. These are important, impactful events and things that they expect happening to their firm. And then the gray bar addresses how, if they feel, you know, very prepared to address this. So there are trends that firms are seeing coming, and then the individual respondents responds to how prepared they feel. They do not feel prepared, right? There is definitely a realization that there is a change happening across the industry, but they just don't know how to be ready for it. And I circled the ones that I think are directly connected to what I want to call innovation. Innovation's a buzzword. It's a great buzzword. I've embraced it. I love it. I hope you all do. That's why we're here. But we have to find a way to make it tangible for practicing attorneys, because they are the ones in front of their corporate clients. They're the ones that are having these conversations, and they need to be enabled to have these in an effective way. Now, you see, innovation obviously is not just technology. Most of us know that. There's a lot of talk about technology. It's critical, but there's so much more we can talk about to inspire lawyers and to maybe get them personally more curious. Other ways they could be innovative and be a part of this. You know, another interesting angle to think about this is, if it's not enough to inspire the practicing lawyers to learn this for their own good and their own health or the future of their firms, let's look at what their clients need. Let's remind them that 81% of law departments are going to be asking their law firms about how they use technology, how they plan to use it, how they use it today. Now, what they do with those answers, the format of those questions, we've all seen what the RFPs are looking like and what those discussions are like. But the point is, there is a lot of interest. There is that interest. It still needs to be distilled, but clients are asking for this. So if law firm lawyers aren't listening for their own personal well-being, please, let's make sure they're listening because this is what their clients want. Top 5 reasons clients would switch firms. First, 1 and 2, sure, we need expertise, we need to trust you, but look at the next 3. 3 out of 5 have something to do with innovative practice. Obviously, AFAs and pricing and different models, that's old news, but it's still an issue. We've been talking about this for maybe 2 decades at this point. That's still an issue. But topics around efficiency, productivity, that squarely falls under our innovation bucket that we're here talking about. And obviously, staffing work with the appropriate level. In-house teams are asking, who's doing this work? Why is it partners? Why are the partners building me? I want less partners. I want more associates, right? And they keep trying to kind of push the work down in a sense, but law firms have an opportunity to really restructure how they deliver the work, how they think about, you know, a team dynamic. That's how in-house lawyers think once they go in-house. But we really need to figure out how to help the practicing lawyer, again, come out of what they're used to doing and how they're used to doing it, and think a little bit broadly, because their clients are asking. So hopefully that will inspire them to change a little bit and think a little bit differently. Another great visual that I love from the same Walters Kluwer's report, this is opportunity, right? This is an opportunity for law firm lawyers to realize that they're kind of not doing well at meeting the needs of their clients, improving productivity and efficiency, equipping their own staff. This is pretty clear. Clients aren't satisfied right now with what they're getting. Again, at the macro level across these various industry reports and surveys. I'm trying to figure out, right, together with you all, how do we make sure that the billing lawyer focuses on this? Because the short answer is, this is the way that they're going to have to get their clients. This is how they're going to keep them. So why must we do something today? I think we need to focus on the day-to-day lawyers. I really feel like there's a problem with scale. Obviously, scaling all of you, scaling all the good stuff you do to touch all the lawyers at your firms is really hard. But clients are asking for it. And they may not know how to ask for it. They may not know exactly what they need, but they're certainly trying to relay what they want. So we need to do better for the clients. That's obviously a long-term strategy for law firms and clients to work together in a much more collaborative and a deep way. They're going to leave their firms if they don't feel that they're being heard. We know that. We're seeing that in these surveys as well. Here's a newsflash, right? Showing innovation, innovative practice, or at least an openness to innovation. This is going to be the way to develop new business. This is going to be the way to develop existing business, cross-sell and grow client relationships in a way I think we haven't had the tools to do so before. Traditional methods of business development are not going to stick around very long. They're just not going to be as effective as they have been. And I think this is the way to do it. This also, I think, will be the way we're finally going to make an impact at D&I. I just don't see any other way. And I'm going to just speak for myself. I have not done research on this, but having been at a big firm and spent the bulk of my career in-house at an amazing big corporate law department, the way I was coached and trained to advance my career, it just hasn't worked and moved the needle very well for women. I think demonstrating we can do better and deliver differently is what's going to get our clients listening. So it's a much broader mission to educate these practicing day-to-day, law firm lawyers than just for their own health. I think this is going to be, the way of the future, but we're missing them, and I think they're going to fall behind. Right now, there's really no easy way for them to get educated on this. CLEs have two paths you can go, right? Law firm, all lawyers, all licensed lawyers are very good at keeping up with our CLEs because we have to, and we go and pick a few things and we watch a few things or attend one or two big conferences and we're done. Those are always very substantive. That's one path. The other path is if you want to expect your attorneys to spend hours learning something very narrow and go very deep, like project management. Maybe that's successful, but they're not getting the big picture. They're not seeing alternative resource models and alternative fee structures and the benefits of data and what's happening with technology and how the big four are impacting their potential and all the other things that are happening at a high enough level to really get the big picture. So I think it's missing. None of this is, I know, news to you, but I think we need to figure out how to solve this problem so that you can scale. So what's the solution? I think what we need to do is make innovation bite-sized and tangible. I think we need to lower the bar of entry for what it means to be innovative. We had a lot of chatting around Microsoft Teams. I don't get paid by them anymore. I spent 13 years there in-house, but this is where the lawyers live. They live in Microsoft for now. They live in Office. They live in Outlook. They live in Word. Can we help embrace that? Can we help move them along in their own technology path, right? We have to lower that bar so that everybody feels that innovation is attainable for them, or else they shut down because it seems too overwhelming. Easy to digest, bite-sized content, right? We need just enough that they can grab and make it their own. Practical, pragmatic, something they can start doing today, not just about tech. Find something that's personal to them, what they love about their day-to-day practice, and how they could be more innovative in just what they love to do already today. Then we got to inspire across all the practice areas and across all the levels of the licensed practicing lawyers. I'm not sure about those that are ready to retire in the next 2 years. Some trees aren't worth barking up, but I do think that there's an opportunity to catch the masses in a way that we really haven't done before. I think with that ends my one sentence. And I see, Chris, you've joined on the video. So I will be mindful of time and turn it over to Q&A. I wrote a book on this because it's killing me that law firm lawyers still they don't know what to do right now with themselves. They don't know where to start. So I'd love to help them start.
And before Chris goes to questions, Lucy, other than writing a book, are you doing anything else that helps law firms that doesn't have, the law firms that don't have a big staff around innovation?
Why, yes. In fact, I am. We do. We've developed some online courseware that is kind of, take at your own speed and time over lunch, over coffee. Lawyers can click through with actionable sheets, worksheets, or really more of a personalized workshop. We're also working on creating kind of an innovation in a box program where we can have people in your roles grab stuff and push it out directly to your lawyers, not have to do too much thinking on your own to deliver content, synthesize content, create agendas, monthly meetings, pick a topic of the month type of thing. So we are working, we're trying to figure out what works best for law firms. Everyone's still trying to make it special for their firm. And then we do personalized content as well. Right now I'm working with a very big global firm to develop personalized content for their firm. So anything that works. We just got to get to those lawyers.
Well, Lucy, thank you for a great presentation and for all those tips, and we'll definitely be looking at the book as well. Based on the conversation in the chat, there's a fair amount of skepticism, to put it mildly, that corporate law departments actually read the RFPs that we all spend so much time filling out. So I guess it's great to talk to somebody who worked for a client for a long time. Based on your experience at Microsoft and elsewhere, how extensively or how in detail did you read the RFP responses, and how can a firm put its best foot forward when it comes to innovation and knowledge management and so forth?
Since I'm an independent, I can say exactly what I think and not have to worry. The decision makers and the practicing lawyers in-house, the ones who hold the budget, don't read the responses at all. That is done by somebody, either in the legal procurement type of function, spend management role, law firm engagement program, you name it. They sift through those. They try to feed back their information and their opinions back to the decision makers. The decision makers are still going to make whatever decision they probably would have, and that's frustration. That's not just for Microsoft at all. I'm really speaking to the various other client groups I work with today, with corporate law departments.
Well, thank you for the honesty, and there's some more questions in the chat, so please keep asking Lucy. I'm sure she'll give great responses. And now we're going to move to our first video presentation. We're going to have Ben Feldman and Dan Lynch on transaction management.
Hi, everyone. We're here today to talk about something that we feel can be an innovative new model of legal service delivery, and that is the law firm and alternative legal service provider partnership model. We'll discuss our experience with this model through the lens of a recent, ongoing, and successful engagement that Akin Gump and Factor are partnering on. I'm Ben Feldman. I'm a director on the global solutions team at Factor Law. At Factor, we focus on supporting the Fortune 1000, global investment banks, and other financial institutions to tackle complex legal work at scale.
And I'm Dan Lynch, a partner at Akin Gump in the Global Project Finance Group.
Thanks, Dan. Before we get into the specifics of the engagement, I wanted to take a minute or two to discuss why we think these law firm and ALSP partnerships are so ripe for success across the legal market. And what it boils down to is, despite the legal industry's $925 billion market, we at Factor have observed that the single biggest thing holding back legal innovation is actually a lack of economies of scale. In order to maximize efficiencies within the market, reclaiming that scale, owning that scale is the way that we feel is best to push the market to innovate. But that, of course, begs the question of what is scale? And we think about scale as the combination of three things, that being volume, predictability, and repeatability of work. A great example of where these three things have come together to push the market to innovate is where everyone kind of goes to with this, which is within litigation and e-discovery. It's a nearly perfect example of the three elements of scale coming together and have created this opening for innovation to shine. When reviewing millions and millions and millions of documents over and over for the same item, for a single case, even, applying legal tech has provided massive cost and time savings for all of those involved. Another area where Factor has seen tremendous firsthand success is with large regulatory projects. If we think about things like LIBOR, margin reform, recovery and resolution planning, and the review and repapering of millions of contracts across the industry within those matters. By creating a law firm and alternative legal service provider team, what you're getting is you're going to combine best-in-class legal advice from the world's top law firms and adding in an ALSP like Factor to act as an execution arm. The door, once again, is opened for innovation in areas like legal tech, reliance on process design, as well as scalable resourcing. And all of those things bring efficiencies to some really complex work. This gets to our topic today, which is a third area of the legal world that we think is ripe for innovation, and that is transaction management. So when we look at this transaction management world, where Akin and Factor have partnered to date, we want to highlight a few of the areas on this slide where we've really seen some success. Recognizing a need to reduce legal fees, and also that the current legal fees were coming from non-advisory tasks,
Dan and one of his clients reached out to Factor with this partnership opportunity. Working as a tri-party partnership prior to kicking off the work, Aiken Gump, Factor, and our end client identified legal tasks such as templated document review, negotiation, all the way through execution, as well as some key administrative tasks, things like document routing, counterparty chasing, due diligence questionnaire maintenance, page creation, and potentially most attractive to all, which is project and process management, which has really bred some operational improvement across the board. Aiken has stayed involved, of course, to make sure things like subject matter and deal flow norms are passed along to our teams. And while obviously this is a high level explanation, what I can say is that the handoff of these tasks to Factor from Aiken, along with things like process improvement, implementation, and tech solutions, we've really seen Aiken has had their time freed up for more advisory work, which they love. And it takes things like project management of deal flow off of our client's plate, which they love to see as well. These initial results have shown a reduction in legal fees by about 60% due to not only the alternative resourcing model, but the process improvements that I've mentioned, the tech implementations that we're getting to. And as a result, the end client is able to shift their focus from some of the everyday tasks of the deal flow back to where they want to be spending their time, which is on additional market opportunities. So I'd like to ask Dan to share his thoughts here. It's something that he has termed a win-win-win, which we've been using. So Dan, I'll pass it over to you now if you want to run through some of this.
Yeah, thank you, Van. Yeah, as you mentioned, this really is a win-win-win virtuous cycle. By focusing on each party's core competency and leveraging that, we're able to create a positive result for each party within this three-party arrangement. So let's start with Aiken Gump. We're able to keep our core competency of advising on legal matters and especially highly complex transactions. But no matter the complexity of the transaction, there's always predictable, repeatable, scalable items that we're able to transfer to Factor and let Factor do what they do best, which is just running these items down, like due diligence questions, do repeat items of signature pages, even resolutions, follow up with follow-up tasks and questions to subject matter experts, and really take on the project management tasks, all within the overview and under the guidance of Aiken Gump. And by doing that, we're able to leverage the cost efficiencies presented by Factor, and that creates lower overall legal costs for our clients. And through this, our client is able to have higher margins, a more cost competitive cost structure, which creates new market opportunities and creates less project management tasks for our clients. And through this, we're able to be rewarded through increased legal market share and our increased opportunities from the new opportunities presented to our client, which is able to increase the amount of leverage we're able to use through Factor. And by focusing on each party's core competency, this creates a win-win-win virtuous cycle of increased revenues for everyone involved.
Thanks, Dan. If any of you have any questions about how we have made this partnership work or are interested in discussing the partnership model further, feel free to reach out to either Dan or myself. For a deeper dive on some of the reclaiming scale topic that I jumped into, Factor's Chief Strategy Officer, Chris DeConti, did a presentation earlier this year at Legal Geek, and we'll be happy to send you that recorded session if you'd like to listen there. Lastly, we'd just like to thank all of you for your time today, and thank you to Simpson Thatcher for putting on what we think is such an important program.
Well, Dan and Dan, thank you very much for a great success story. That was really compelling. Given Lucy's presentation just now, Dan, I'm curious, how did you get the Aiken team, lawyers and others, to embrace this new way of working together and of working with Factor to get a better result from the client? How did you culturally do that?
Yeah.
I mean, with anything, you call each person individually and then get them all to sign up. And then you email everyone and say, hey, you all agreed to this. Let's get it done. But basically, how you get everyone to agree to it is exactly what was in the presentation. It's a win-win-win situation. There's a lot of cost pressure, especially with law firm rates are increasing. And so clients are less willing to pay even first years and paralegals for tasks that are not legal advice centered, like signature pages, running down DDQs. And so by lowering our costs that we're able to give to the client, that rewards us with more work. And so once you explain that, it's really easy to get buy-in from my other partners.
Not to mention that junior associates probably aren't really desperate to keep chasing down signature pages themselves. But thank you again. There'll be some more questions in the chat, so please keep an eye on those and answer them. And now we're going to go to the next presentation, which, if we were to take a poll on the best title for the session, would probably win, which is Cheap, Easy, Sexy 50 State Surveys. Can I have Nicole and Ryan?
Hello, I'm Nicole Braddock, the CEO of Theory and Principle. We're the most prolific design and software development firm for the legal industry.
And I'm Ryan McLeod, CEO of Sente Advisors Consultancy Group, providing innovation as a service for AmLaw and Global 100 firms. In June of 2020, Sente was approached by two of our clients, each looking for a simple way to map the data they were gathering about different state-level COVID regulations. We, as we often do, reviewed various mapping tools in the market and reported back our findings. The options were all expensive or difficult to use, or they were just not well suited to a law firm's use cases. We were convinced that this should be a relatively easy problem to solve. So I called my friend Nicole.
And I actually answered the phone.
Which is shocking.
So Sente Advisors met with my team of designers and developers over the course of a few months this fall. They did what we would normally do, mocked up designs, talked through requirements, and started to prototype solutions. With the help of the original Sente clients, as well as other law firm participants, we developed what we believe to be the easiest and fastest way to turn 50 state data into attractive, imagine that, interactive maps.
Now, here's a short video demonstration of our map engine.
89 people have now become sick. The former Veep won 9 of the 14 states in
21 states and the District of Columbia to help keep the peace.
California, Illinois.
Many of the biggest news stories of 2020 reminded us of one fundamental truth. Maps are a terrific way to tell stories.
Legal organizations gather a ton of data about laws and regulations in different jurisdictions, as you probably know. They often send this data to clients ad hoc, or they post it on their websites in the form of large tables that can be difficult to navigate. The user experience is typically quite ghastly. Firms that make an effort to share their data visually find that mapping tools are expensive, or they're difficult to use, or they're just not well suited to law firm use cases. Map Engine is a new tool from Sente Advisors and Theory and Principle. Together, we have built a mapping tool that makes it extremely easy for manage survey data on clean and clear interactive maps with little training and waiting.
Anyone with a moderate understanding of Microsoft Excel can very quickly create a map and deploy it. The process is very simple. Map Engine uses an extra header row above your column headers to determine where your data should be displayed. Enter the words hover or details in our extra row, and the content in that column will appear in the appropriate location on your finished map. Give each state a color, hex code, and a status designation. Then upload your spreadsheet and wait a few seconds while the system checks to make sure you didn't totally screw it up. Once your data has been checked, adjust the order of your legend, give your map a title and a description, and click the Generate Map button. And voila, a new map. The map is now available via a Map Engine URL or can be embedded in another website via an iframe.
Okay, we're sure you've got a lot of questions, and we'll be happy to give more details in the break session when we can actually talk to you live.
But there are a few common questions that we've been hearing, such as, is this just for the United States? Yeah, for now. So what we have is our beta version that is focused on the United States, but we're looking to add other maps in the future. Is there just one layout option? Yeah, again, for now, it's still in beta. It's come together very quickly. And so we have, like good developers, are putting out this version and then getting feedback from our clients and then adjusting and iterating as appropriate. But if you'd like to give us feedback on desired layout options or features you'd like to see, please join our beta group. We're absolutely interested in hearing all feedback to make this the best tool possible.
Map Engine is currently available for beta testing and will be available for purchase shortly with introductory pricing for our early adopters. If you're interested in being a beta tester, or if you'd just like more information about Map Engine, please contact me at ryan@centeadvisors.com. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to speaking with you about Map Engine. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Missed the best part. We had outtakes.
We are the most prolific.
Hairball. It's the beard.
Yeah, if you've got those skills, man, go for it. I do not.
Well, I'm bringing the skills. Do you want to do that last line again?
My necklace.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Green dot staring. Wow, aren't we delightful?
That was all right. Do you want to do that again?
No, that's good.
Cool. That's good.
Ryan, we can see how big your beard got since
I know. It's only been like 3 weeks, but.
Making sure the outtakes are over, but no,
okay,
thanks very much. That was really good. If the Map Engine thing doesn't work out, you may have a new career. But listen, thanks very much. That was really cool to see. I'm a map geek myself, so I'm really impressed with what you've done. We have a couple of sort of technical questions in the Q&A. One is, have you figured out an option, or do you have an option for colorblind people?
Yeah, I saw that question. That's Toby. Thank you, Toby. No, we have not figured out an option for colorblind people. It's a great question. To some degree, that's going to be dependent on people building the map. We've got hex codes. You can put as many colors, whatever colors you want. So there needs to be some sort of visual representation in order to differentiate. That is not something we've added, but certainly Toby, come be part of the beta and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, and I'll just note from a design and development perspective, we focus on making all of our products very accessible. I saw another comment here for blind people. All of our products are able to be used on screen readers across devices, across browsers, as well as completely navigable on via tabs.
That's excellent. There's another question about using these maps for jurisdictional breakdowns, or at least for federal jurisdictions. What would be a use case for that? Have you thought about how to apply it to a litigation context?
Yeah, we've looked at a number of different options for different types of jurisdictions. I think there's nothing precluding us from doing that. It's just a matter of we want to get the basic functionality down with the states first. And then if there's a call for other jurisdictions you want to do, we can certainly add those. It shouldn't be that difficult.
That's great. And then curious about sort of early success stories. Have you had any uses you can tell us about that firms have used this even in beta, or in a way that we could, whet the appetites of those we work with?
Well, let's just say the website went live last night. It's very green. Beta has only been about a week. I mentioned 2 clients that came to us with this particular need. They are both working on the beta. They are both in this conference. So if they want to identify themselves, they are welcome to. I'm sure they'd love to talk to you about it.
Excellent. Well, keep an eye on the chat. We may get some more questions there. Thank you very much for a great presentation, and we'll move on from here. Thanks, to our final video of the day, which is on integrating tools and data to improve knowledge management.
everyone. My name is Zorik Pesachitsky, and I'm a director of large law firm market development at Thomson Reuters. In this role, I work with our large law firm customers to understand your tech priorities and pain points to help figure out what Thomson Reuters should be developing or investing in next. Today, I'm going to talk to you about some of the work we've been doing with our law firm customers and other providers to better integrate existing tools and data to help improve knowledge management. Over the last couple of years, some of the most common things I've heard are that there are too many tech and data solutions and that they don't all work together. This creates a few knowledge management problems. So with too much technology, adoption and usage by lawyers is sometimes low, and in some cases, lawyers don't even know what tools their firm has access to and how to access them or how to use them. With too much content and data siloed in different platforms, internally and externally, attorneys spend a lot of time searching for the content and precedent they need. And it's also difficult for KM teams to leverage the data that they have for data analytics initiatives. So we've listened to our law firm customers and we've heard loud and clear that what we need to do to improve this is to improve integration and interoperability between existing tools and data. And we think that doing this will help firms get more value from existing products and subscriptions, save time and money, make it easier to do the work attorneys do and the data analytics and other initiatives that KM teams want to work on. So today I'm going to walk you through a few examples of how we're doing that. First is Legal Home. It's a new free-to-use digital workspace that brings together information and solutions that lawyers rely on in one place. It can really be a starting point for legal work. So let's take a look at what it looks like. So what you see here on the screen is the Legal Home homepage. This will be configured to each particular user at the firm. So the first thing you'll see at the top is this recent apps feature. This will show all of the users' Thomson Reuters OnePass applications. And eventually we'd like to integrate third-party applications there as well. As you scroll down the site, you'll see HiQ sites over on the left-hand side. This brings together all of the HiQ Collaborate sites you have. So if you have multiple clients using HiQ, which most firms do, this will give you one view into all of those different clients and matters. Over on the right-hand side, you'll see an integration with Office 365. The user's recent Office 365 documents will appear here. As you scroll down, you'll see recent HiQ activity across all of those different HiQ sites and legal news and updates. Finally, at the very bottom, you'll see this My Links feature that lets you customize the page by adding links that are specific to you. So this is what Legal Home looks like today, but we're going to continue to grow and change it. We're working with law firms and other providers to figure out what features and integrations we should be prioritizing. So please don't hesitate to let us know what you think. The next development priorities that we're focused on are adding Legal Home Search, which will search across Practical Law, Office 365, and other content sets on Legal Home. And then we're also working on more integrations with Microsoft Teams and Calendar, iManage, DocuSign, and 3E. The next example of how better integration of existing tools and data can improve knowledge management are the integrations we've made with partner solutions like iManage and Foundation. We're making it easier to leverage Thomson Reuters data and functionality in these products so attorneys can find the content they need faster and KM teams can leverage our data for insights and analytics. In Foundation, it's now possible to automatically integrate Thomson Reuters litigation analytics and docket data. So what you're looking at here is a matter page in Foundation. And if you scroll down to the middle of the page, you'll see the Thomson Reuters docket information automatically added to this matter page, including the case type, the participants, and other information that you see there. In iManage Insights and other enterprise search providers, we're making it possible to integrate and search practical law content alongside your internal DMS and other knowledge content. In the example you see here, a search for lease in iManage Insights turns up practical law resources alongside with firm curated and created template agreements. In iManage Insights, you could also click the Practical Law tab to just see your practical law content. in one place. We believe this will help lawyers find the content and answers they need faster by bringing it all together. And finally, the last example I want to walk you through is how law firms are leveraging Thomson Reuters Data API. We've made some of our data available via API so firms can combine that with internal data and leverage it for data analytics and other initiatives. Some firms have leveraged this to build their own proprietary litigation experience analytics tools, leveraging our data and their data. Other firms have leveraged it for client-specific dashboards, whether that's built in HiQ, Power BI, or elsewhere, bringing together all of the key internal and external information about a client into one place. This can be something client-facing, like the example you see on the screen here, which combines information about the client's open matters, cases, and links to key documents in one place. Or it can be leveraged for competitive intelligence sites and other use cases that we've seen firms pursue as well. So these are just a few examples of how we're working with law firms and other providers to better integrate tools and data. And these are all customer-led initiatives. Customers told us they wanted our data in iManage Insights and Foundation, so we made it easier for them to do that. We're going to keep listening to customers and making integrations where they need it, so please don't hesitate to let us know what they are, because ultimately our goals, I believe, are the same as yours. We want to help you and your attorneys get more value from existing products and subscriptions. We want to make things easier, faster, and we want to make it easier for the CAM teams to leverage data for insights and analytics as well. So that's all I had for you today. Thanks for your time.
Well, Zorak, thank you very much. And speaking as a customer, I appreciate your work to integrate these tools and get the benefits you put on the last slide there. We're certainly all after that. There was a question, or there is a question in the chat asking where is your legal and regulatory content coming from for Legal Home? Is it all from TR, or are there other third-party publishers you're integrating as well?
Yeah, so today all of the legal and regulatory content is only TR. There's obviously some firm content coming in from the Office 365 integration, but future plans are to integrate external providers as well.
Okay, great. Well, based on the client dashboard screenshot, looks like you might be a good source for integrating Map Engine. I think you had a US map front and center there, so that could be a nice setup. I'm curious in terms of the success of, say, Legal Home. How do you as a company, how are you anticipating measuring how well Legal Home is doing? By the rate of adoption by your customer firms, by the rate of adoption of the underlying tools? Like, we've talked a lot about encouraging lawyers to take up innovation and adopt it. How are you as a major seller in the legal industry going to be measuring that?
Yeah, I think usage and adoption is going to be the biggest factors. Are we going to see usage of Legal Home, but then also greater usage and adoption of the tools that are integrated there? Since we're really trying to make it easier to find and use all of the various tools that attorneys have access to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that live yet? Is it ready to go, ready to install, all that?
Yeah, that's right. Everybody can go to legalhome.thomsonreuters.com and it'll pull up all of the applications that you have registered to your OnePass.
Okay. Excellent. Well, again, speaking as a customer, I'd encourage anybody who has suggestions for Zorak and for TR on what to integrate, whether within TR or third-party sources, please put those in the chat or send them to it directly. So let's make the voice of the customer heard. And Zorak, thanks for presenting today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I believe that is it for our presentations. Thank you all for the attention. And I think we're going to go at this point to our final set of breakout rooms.
Welcome back, almost everyone. I think most of us are here. This concludes the thing once we do the final polling now. So let's vote. And last 3, 2, 1. People getting to vote, 0. And cheap, easy, sexy seems to be doing well here. I think it's going to be a very close call with one of the earlier sessions. So I'm gonna, everyone saw it? We can stop sharing. Yeah, we're good. So thank you. Thank you for those of you who stayed for both days and those of you who just came today. For the people who are with us on the broadcast on YouTube and skills.law, thank you for staying with us. We're going to invite you to join us for the after party on Shindig. So stay with us a few more minutes. We're going to show you the Shindig information so we can see who you are. It was interesting to do it this way, to try to do something close to interactive, the intimacy levels. We weren't sure the technology is going to work. For those of you who haven't been to Shindig before, you're going to see now it has some great ideas. It also has some bad UI that needs to improve. Don't double click on someone when you try to make them bigger. You kick them out of the conversation. And then Zoom worked as we all know it to work. I thought the breakout rooms worked better than I feared. It was way faster in and out than in prior experiences. So practice did work. I want to thank Stephanie and Simpson Thatcher team, Ardita, Ali, Anne-Marie, who really behind the scene made things work for us. So you could use your emojis and you could just unmute yourself and say, yay. Or you could
Yay, way to go.
Yay! Hey, Stephanie.
Yay. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Yay.
you.
Thank you.
Everybody feels treated by the chance to
Okay, you
holler.
could just write them notes on the chat. But no, really, the 2 days worked really amazing, and they did tons of job. I wanna thank the co-organizers who you saw them moderate the panels today. They also helped work on the content itself. Ron, Mary, Lucy, Chris, and Tanisha. I want to thank our panelists who were today and yesterday who provided the content. I want to thank our sponsors, Thomson Reuters, who are going to give an award in Shindig in a few minutes. I want to thank Shindig and Gather Voices who help us put the introductions and save some time there. The links are still going to work afterwards, so if you want to see someone that you missed and see who they are and what they do and what they focus on, it's going to be there for a while.